What's good, y'all? It's your boy Danza. Just one of the many faces of the machine known as the Danza Project. Please do me a favor if you rock with us. Hit that like button, subscribe button, and turn those notifications on. We appreciate you. Salute.
If you ain't do this shit, Diddy,
why did you pay her?
Do this shit, I won't let me
Why did you pay her? This is yeah. We got Roger Bonds back in the building. Y'all thought we were just playing that music just to play it?
Come on.
Salute.
Come on now. You heard Charleston the last time he said this is a room full of players. You know what I mean?
So
like,
let's play.
That's how we operate. Like we sit down and the last episode was the first episode that we had a bona fide drug addict. I'm gonna just call it like it is. Could I get the hand clap emojis? You know what I mean? But it's all good. We made it. We're good. We're alive. We're here today. A lot of people have their own versions of what went on, and I'm so grateful for people like that because I know if I ever have a hard time out there in the industry, I could just fucking make a fake persona, and they're gonna be like, no, you gotta understand what he's really saying. Like, thank God for those people. Could we get some hand clap emojis for those people? You know what I mean?
Big up to them.
Yeah, because those people will make anybody look good. You know what I mean? You need like meth head fans. You know what I mean? Yeah. So anyway, look, this is season 3, and in season 3, what we did is we kicked it up a notch. I said, Kato, it's time that we stop catering to how everybody else thinks the conversation should go, and we have a goddamn conversation. You know what I mean? And sometimes there's gonna be people that pressure us to like talk shit. Like sometimes we gotta talk shit, damn near fight. And then sometimes we're gonna sit in the room with somebody that we already sat down with before. You know what I mean? We have an authentic conversation.
Yeah.
Come on.
And that's word is bond. You feel me?
Let's toast to that Ciroc.
Yeah. Ciroc boys in the house tonight.
Okay. We still here. We ain't going no
guys. Shout out V. Shout out Orlando. Shout out Fred, Money, Brad, Nova, Landon. Shout out to everybody that's part of the Danza Project team and everything we got going on. We did it. We did the first interview with a full million. Million motherfucking views in 4 days.
Not a clip, not a reel. I'm talking 2 hour. What is it? An hour?
Hour long interview.
Hour-long interview. A milli. In how many days?
4 days.
Come on.
4 days and 17 hours to be exact.
I haven't had time.
You know what I'm saying?
Come on.
Yeah.
I haven't had time to really stop and think about it.
Yeah. Like, because we just keep doing dope shit.
Here we are. Come on.
Because it never ends. The tornadoes tried to stop us.
Yeah,
a couple cyclones tried to ruin it. They had you push back from day after day after day. You know what I mean? So the bottom line is we're here today.
No question.
You know what I'm saying? So how you feeling?
I'm feeling great.
Reintroduce yourself to the world for the people that don't know.
God wanted to happen, can't nobody stop it. I was meant to sit here with y'all tonight.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Facts.
Yeah. Y'all know who it is. It's the General Roger Bonds, and I love to be here with the Danza Report. And we started out early, right? So I think they gave me this drink early, man. So
because we're not the Danza Report, we're the Danza Project.
Yeah, we're the Danza Project.
But we're about to report on some shit. You feel me?
Then let's report.
So anyways, you know what is a very interesting take that I've seen you taking lately is I feel like a lot of people are coming forward with stories to you about abuse. You know, you did you initially did our interview with the Danza Project in December of 2023. Prior to that wrap-up record that we just heard with Uncle Murder. Shout out to Uncle Murder. Shout out to Tony Yayo. 50 Cent making the incredible documentary No Diddy. So shout out to that team too.
On the way.
But what I noticed that was real interesting in your social media and the way that you're taking everything now is women seem to be coming forward to you.
Yeah.
You've put up a couple posts, also a couple stories talking about how you didn't know the extent that it has gotten to with these women and it opening up scars and them being able to kind of speak to you.
I was shocked.
Talk to us.
I was shocked, man. Like ever since Cassie put me in that report, everything that I was going to from that police report, I started to lean toward, at first I was like, which a lot of people called me out on. They said, yo, he taking Diddy's side. I wasn't taking Diddy's side. What I was saying was, just like everybody else, I seen her hit him and I seen him hit her. But of course I didn't see him beat her like that and then say she hit him. I was just talking about one incident where she hit him back. And like anybody would tell you, enough is enough. So maybe she got to the point where, he been whipping my ass for so many years. I'm tired. I'm going to fight back sometime. You know what I'm saying? I seen Kim get to that point. So, I definitely feel like it was times where she hit him back. But of course, in that hotel, we seen that was one of the times that she didn't hit him back. You know what I'm saying? So let's talk about that type of ass whipping, not the one that you might tap your girl with and because she smacked you real quick. And at the end of the day, even if your girl do smack you, so let's get to that. Your girl is not smacking you with the strength and the power that you gonna smack her back with. Right. So I know people, including myself, that at one time or another, I gave my girl a tap back after she tapped me, but I gave her a tap back.
It's a get off me, not a...
Yeah, it's a, back up off me, and you snap back. It's a tap back. It's the same tap that she gave me because you're supposed to be in control of yourself. So you're not hitting her like a nigga that you hitting. What we saw was somebody that was hitting a motherfucker like a nigga in the street.
Kicking.
When you put your feet on top of somebody, that's the lowest form of respect that you could give to somebody. I don't give a fuck about you, more or less twice. Yeah. And then drag you up the hallway like that. Like, I remember, man, my dog had a fight with another dog in the project. And this motherfucker had his dog so trained, I was ready to kill this nigga dog. He told his dog, okay, Castro, enough is enough. Bring him on home. And I swear to you, his dog locked onto my dog neck and started dragging him to like in Polo Ground. There's 4 buildings, 1, 2, 3, 4. My man Kev came from building 2. When he said Castro time to bring him home, his dog locked on my dog and started dragging him towards building 2. No. That's how trained this dog was. So that's what I thought about when I seen him grab her and start pulling like, I don't even have enough respect for you to walk by yourself. I'm going to drag you back up in here. And I'm going to be real. We was making a joke about this. You practice that because you can't hold that towel up, hold her bag and her stuff and pull her at the same time.
He did that shit like he was trained,
without that towel dropping enough.
It looked like pure rage. Because I know any man and anybody who's been in a long, serious relationship, you recognize that type of behavior, right? But it looked like he had to go take a shower after an argument, and she said, "It's my time to bounce." The way he came around that corner, like you said, holding that towel, like, you ain't leaving yet.
But to get back to what you were saying, I didn't realize what that video did. Okay, it was a way that it awoke everybody to him, like maybe whoever was the powers to be that released that video said, we tired of him saying that we lying. We tired of him saying that they lying. And it looked like people were starting to maybe believe him. And he was coming back outside and doing things like that. And I think whoever released it said, this is what y'all really want to go back to? Because we got to remember, we as Black people, Latino people, we forgive easily. And people know that we forgive easily. So we forgave R. Kelly to a certain degree. We forgave Chris Brown. You know what I'm saying? So they know after a while that you're going to forgive. So I think it was their way of releasing this tape to say this is the type of monster that he is. You know what I'm saying? And I'm glad everybody got to see that. But at the same time, I'm upset everybody got to see that because I've been getting overwhelming emails, overwhelming confessions that this video made women go 20 steps backwards in whatever type of domestic violence classes they was in. I'm getting DMs from people that actually teach domestic violence, and they saying, yo, my students and my people have gotten so far back. We're spending so much money having to spend time with them. These are people that were healed, or I don't know what you would call it, for more than 8-9 years. And when they watched the video, it was no warning that this type of thing was going to be seen. So they just pressed. So they're like, yo, we're actually looking for legal, what type of legal grounds is it? Because they got set so far back.
It's triggering.
You know, it was triggering. And now that I've been studying it, I've been getting it, and I'm like, yo, I got to become an advocate of this. And not to say that women don't hit men. Let's not get that wrong, because I got a few men who done sent me some stories too, because they feel like I'm standing too much up for the woman. So they be like, hold up. My girl had a belt around my neck and was pulling me like I was a dog. In my mind, I'm saying, "Damn, you stupid for letting her do it."
Yeah, word.
You know what I'm saying?
That's
But,
my head right now. I'm saying,
yeah,
what a
right.
pussy.
But it's true.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Another guy told me how his girl pull out the gun on him and tell him this, that, and other. Like, what are we supposed to do? So I know it goes both ways, but right now we got to deal with the majority, and what I feel like is an emergency. Like, it's so many people who tell me about their aunts, their uncles, their fathers, you know what I'm saying, their cousins. They've been molested. People that I've known for 20 and 30 years that I never knew none of this about. Oh, you didn't know that my uncle did this, and my cousin, my brother friend did this. So it's really something serious, man. And this has affected everybody. And that's why, to your point, yeah, I'm taking that stand. And I do have a few people that came out. I have a couple of other people that came out and told me stories about it. And then I do have other stories, you know what I'm saying, where I've seen some things that have really, it's nothing that they can do to a person now as far as legally. You know what I'm saying? But it just shows you what type of picture that this person is. You know what I'm saying? So even I sat there and listened to the stuff and say, yo, this is the only time. And I'm like, damn, homie acting like this is the only time that this ever happened. You know what I'm saying? This is the door to the industry. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of people hit me and say, yo, well, she stayed. And if anybody been with domestic violence, they know that it ain't that easy to leave. More or less, leave a man as powerful as Diddy.
But last time you were here, you stated that, you know, she could have left, that she had the opportunity to leave. So do you change the way you feel after everything you've seen there?
No, I'm going to tell you what I do change. The truth of the fact is, when I say that she could have left, me being a man, you going home every day, you going on trips, so I'm saying you could have left, meaning that he didn't have you locked in no room with no gate or no door. But now with me knowing the mental stability of domestic violence, I would say she could have left physically, but I didn't know the mental stuff that a woman goes through that you can't actually leave. I think I read somewhere where they say it takes the average woman 7 times or something before they can leave, or something like that. I read somewhere. But now from talking to him and actually being a part of it, I'm finding it out it's that easy, because when that person comes and tell you they sorry and they never gonna do it again,
they buying that.
They buy into it because that's what they really want.
Right.
So when you come back, and I seen it, and that's what brought me, I went back to my family. You know what I'm saying? My mother grew up, and my father was a domestic violent. I seen it all. But as a kid, you try to block it off, and it becomes such a regular thing, and your mother becomes this superwoman because you try to figure, damn, I just seen dad. And she's playing it off so much for you. She's kissing your father the next day, and everything is acting okay.
Good. Coffee, breakfast, the whole thing.
Exactly.
Let's just go on a trip. It's okay. Let's just get through the trip.
Exactly. Yeah. But when you see your father with a physical belt, a belt like your mother's a kid, and she's a grown woman, all of this doesn't really compute to you until you get a certain age and you get older. So when that happened, it really brought me back. Since the last time I was here, it really started affecting me, because I said, you know what, no matter what I've seen, no matter what I've been through, maybe this was brought to me so that I could get more involved in it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And since I've been involved in it, it's opened so many doors for me to talk to women and really understand what it is that I feel like I can make a difference, because I do have 4 daughters. Yeah. So it hits me different.
Yeah, of course. You know? That's the thing that people always go to. Like, how would you feel if it was your sister, your mother, your aunt, your daughters, things like that? That's
what I tell every guy that gets on Instagram, TikTok. Yo, you a snitch. Yo, why you trying to bring down a black man? First of all, let's not put a color on this.
Right.
Because I just want you to sit in there and tell me if somebody did that to your sister, your mother, your niece, or whoever, that you wouldn't be on his ass and say, if you tell me you wouldn't be on his ass, then I feel like you're not a man. You know what I'm saying? Because how you gonna stand there and let a man do that to your sister, do that to your mother, do that to you're a grown ass man? If you looking for still, okay, that's Diddy. Okay, let's take away the starism. Let's take away all that. This is a man beating on a woman. And at the end of the day, that's what I had to really see. And this was a man that for years I looked up to, until I got around every day and I seen all the inconsistencies. And people say to me, forget the woman. People say to me, yo, you just as guilty as him. You stayed, you seen it. And I tell people, you ever heard of the Stockholm syndrome?
Yeah.
I tell people, some men don't want to admit it, but I was stuck in the Stockholm syndrome because, one, I'm with Diddy too. So I'm like, yeah, I've been to jail, I've been to this, that, and the other. So at the end of the day, this is somebody I look up to also. And that's what people don't realize. No matter how much street stuff I did, no matter how many jails I went to, even when you in jail, you looking up to Diddy like, yo, I'm in jail. This dude is making hits. And when you come home from jail and to be around somebody prominent who you think and believe is standing up for black power, because this is what this person is preaching and this is what you see a person doing in a world where it's so hard to do it, that you turn your back on a lot of stuff that ain't nothing. But some of that stuff you can't turn your back on. And the abusiveness of women was one of the things I could never turn my back on.
You could try and bury it, but it's one of those things, it's like a time bomb over time. The more it happens, the more it eats you alive, and it ends up just coming out, and then, boom, I can't take it no more. I had enough.
And then sometimes you feel like if you leave, what's going to happen to them if you leave? You know what I'm saying? And a lot of times in that case, that's how I felt with Cassie. You know what I'm saying? But Cassie was the type of person that you couldn't talk to. Like,
how so? On her rules or on his rules? Like nobody talking to the person.
Or she had an attitude.
No, she didn't have an attitude. You know what I'm saying? Because I looked at Cassie as a daughter. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm 2 years older than Diddy.
Okay.
So when he met her, he was 19. He was 30. He was 38. So I'm 40.
He was 38. She was 19.
She was 19, okay. Right. So then I'm 2 years older than him. You know what I'm saying? So I'm looking at it like that. So even sometimes, even though I'm working, she's the princess because she's with the king, you know. So I got to treat her a certain way, but I still see the youth and the kiddiness in her and the naiveness in her.
That's a little girl, man.
She's a young girl. So sometimes you want to talk to her. But after you talk to somebody 2 or 3 times and they go back and tell the person that you're talking about the conversation.
That's the worst. They sell you out.
And then that person calls you and they go, what the fuck you talking to my girl about my business for?
Now you look crazy.
Yeah,
that's the worst. That's a classic. That's a classic scenario.
It's
like, you know, you catch somebody cheating on somebody and one's your friend and we all supposed to be friends, but because you want to look out of the goodness of your heart, they go back and talk about it. Well, who'd you hear that from? Kato. And now they both kind of looking at you like you flaw as fuck, but really you was doing a good deed.
You was trying to do the right thing.
Tough, man. But to your point, it makes you want to never do it again.
It makes
like, this is what I get for doing a good thing, man. Like, all right, well then y'all go ahead and have that. Go ahead.
You know, I remember times I would ask Cassie, are you okay? You all right? Homie might see me talking, you know, he might be in one of the windows of the house. Yo, what Bonds was
What
down
was
there
that?
talking to you about? Oh, no, he was just asking me if I'm all right. Now you get to, yo, Bonds, pick up. Fuck you asking my girl if she all right for?
Yeah. I
You know
heard
what
you
I'm
want to
saying?
know
Yeah.
if she I'm telling you she all right. And now it's like,
Exactly. So it's like, yo, I don't want to talk to you about none of this no more. So when people say that, I'll say I was caught in the catch-22 because at the same time, I got a family to feed.
Word.
I got kids. And then when I call him the master manipulator, because whether it's a girl or a guy, I don't care how hard you is. If you trying to change your life and you trying not to go back to the streets, you working for one of the richest black men in the world, top entertainers, you flying all over the place, you seeing. Now, you're getting paid. You're getting paid good for a person that just came home from jail. But the first year or two, you're happy, you with a star, you this, that, and the other. But that plays out.
Right.
And you start like, oh, ho.
start seeing things.
I'm doing 18 hours a day. I'm doing 24 hours a day. Sometimes I'm doing 36 hours a day because you doing an album.
Right.
So when you doing an album, we all know you locking in.
Time, yeah.
And when you lock
call
in,
out, don't take off. We here.
we here. And now you can go to sleep, but if you go to sleep, I gotta be up. If you up, I still gotta be up.
Right.
Yeah.
Listen,
You know what I'm saying?
I also imagine, right, working for a star like this, somebody that is a symbol at the time of black excellence, right? He preached it a lot. You don't want to see somebody like this. Like you've been through a lot. Your son, your own personal life, the situation that you went on in the 90s with a manslaughter charge, right?
Right.
You've been through your own shit. The thing that you actually want for Diddy at this time, I would imagine, is like, I want you to get better. I don't want to see the world take you down. I'm actually hired to protect you. So in a sense, you have to protect him from the world getting him and finding out that he's this person. Right? It's still protection. He's
Right.
still paying you to be the protector there.
Right.
Right. So you want to protect his image.
Right.
And you're doing your best and you're hoping that he could change. You know what I mean? So when he's sitting there telling you, just like he would tell a woman, hey, I'm going to be better. I'm imagining there's times where he's like, I can't do that no more. Or even having a heart to heart with you about this, right?
Right.
And it's tough.
Right.
You were also caught in the same position, just like a woman.
I'm gonna tell you something. You right about those conversations, because we had those conversations, because a person like Diddy don't have no real friends. So when you security and you with it, you're a personal security. I'm not gonna say security, because when you're a personal security, you living with a person, you eating with a person, you doing all type of shit that you see things and you become that piece sometime that person talks to and confides in.
Because who else?
But now that makes it harder for you, because can I tell you wrong without you holding that? Because some people just want yes men around them.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And if I know that you're the type of person that just want yes men around you, then a person has a habit of just saying yes. But if you a person that's gonna say, yo, can I tell you the truth? Yo, you was dead wrong. And then you sit there and say, yo, you right. But then you bounce back and do the same thing, and then you looking at me again like, damn, like you gotta admit that it's a sickness. Yeah. But now what that person does is they don't want to look at you no more. So that person acts like they got an attitude every time they see you, because they know that if they act like they mad, you ain't gonna say shit to them. So you be like, yo, what the fuck is this nigga mad at, yo? And you be saying, yo, I just ain't gonna say shit to him all day. Yeah. But he don't want you to say shit to him, because he gotta face that devil inside him, because he know that you the one person that know that shit he did was fucked up.
That's tough.
And I'm gonna tell you something, I lived with that, right? I lived with that. Ain't nobody heard nothing from Bonds, period. All these years, nobody heard nothing from me. It wasn't until she brought me into it where I said, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala might have came to me, you know what I'm saying, and said, yo, you can't keep running away from this because it's somebody that needs your help. Yo, you got daughters. Yo, it's somebody else's daughter. And I kept trying to I ain't gonna say nothing about this. But then it kept coming to my face, and then it came plain to me right there and said, yo, this is what you might need to do. But in order for you to do that, you're going to have to sacrifice who you've moved on from being.
Yeah.
And I'm going to say that.
Your peace.
You know what I'm saying? Because I heard Hassan Campbell. Do you know Hassan Campbell?
I know Hassan Campbell.
Here we go.
That's a real interesting character.
I don't.
He's a real.
I know who he is. But
I know who
he is.
Hassan Campbell is now because he had, for whatever reason, felt a certain. I mean, for rightfully so. I'm not even going to say for whatever reason. I said I don't like him either. I don't like him because he did some weird ass antics on the internet. And me knowing the type of people I allow in my circle and that I would allow myself to connect to, immediately felt like energy that off of a video. You know, I don't know the dude, but off of this video, the energy was like, I could never be around somebody like that and those type of antics. And so I was like, yeah, I don't like him either in an interview with Charleston, and he took offense to it. He made a 40-minute video about me. I turned around.
He be chasing views.
Yeah, exactly. So I turned around, I trolled him.
Yeah.
I made a 40-minute video about him. I trolled. I don't know shit about him, so I'm making shit up as I go. And people are like, "Oh, that's contradicting." Of course, because I have no idea who this fucking guy is. So I pressed play on a couple videos to try to like refresh real quick, and my boy was sending me messages like, "He's this person, he's this person." I was like, "Okay," but that's really all I knew about him. But what did he
swag, man? He said you crew necks and chains was his thing.
Yeah, he's the first person and the only person to ever wear
a crew neck t-shirt and
a
chain.
T-shirt and chain.
And a hat,
Everybody wears chains.
But he's the originator. So
that's where he
we
lost
copied
me.
him.
That's where he lost me. I said, go on with that shit, man.
Yeah. I decided to like gracefully bow out because I
would just give him the time.
Me and Benzino got into it. We almost got into a goddamn fight over
the same thing.
Over the conversation about Hassan Campbell. So I was like, what am I gonna do? Wasting my time talking about somebody that we're on two different paths in life.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Like I'm not in the same. Like we're not in the same league.
Right.
You feel me?
Right.
You know what I mean? So like I don't want to sit there and compare myself to shout out to everything he's doing. Good for him. Congratulations. You know what I mean? I don't give a fuck about it. You know what I'm saying? Right. So what did he say about you that got you upset with him?
Nah, I mean, my man Big Bootsy sent me a video. He said, you know, this kid on here talking to you. And I hit the link, and it's my man Bootsy, right? Talking back to him. And he's saying, yo, you don't even know my man. And I'm like, yo, who he talking about? But then he said Bonds, and I said, hold up, let me see what this dude talking about. So he was talking about, I didn't even watch the video as far as his video, but I just seen a picture of Diddy on one side. I seen a picture of me on the other side. But from what I gathered from my man Big Bootsy video, which I did watch, he was saying, yo, you don't even know Bonds. You calling him a street nigga and saying he not supposed to do ABC. He said, where you know my man from? You don't know him from nowhere to be calling him a street nigga and this, that, and the other. Now, grant you, it was a time where I would love that name, you know, because I was a street nigga.
Of course.
You know what I'm saying? Went to jail for manslaughter, did this, ran the street, got in the war with this. But
it's a badge, yeah.
You graduate. So by him calling me that and comparing me to that on the picture, my man was trying to tell him, like, yo, you don't know him from Ciroc, he sold over 1 million cases. You don't know him from Charles Barkley Vodka. Like, that's where I know Bonds from. He said, and I knew him all his life. But I don't reflect to that before. I reflect to the accolades that he's done now. So by you saying, yo, he a street nigga, you trying to bring him back to where he was and show the wrong picture of him to people. So he was checking him. So I left it at that. I said, I'll let my man check him. That, I'm not going to give him no time. My man Zip the Drip hit me and said something about him being a booty bandit and Bambada. He was, I didn't know nothing about this stuff. I'm like, but I know my cousin Big Nick was locked up with him and said, yo, yeah, I know the kid. And he left it at that. Like, he ain't nothing to about. And I said, okay, that's that. You know what I'm saying?
Word on the streets is he got thied.
He got thighs?
Yeah, they got thighs.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Let's toast to that.
Yeah, toast to that.
Yeah, toast to that. Toast, fellas.
Oh, man.
That's how it happens. You know, sometimes shit happens. It's okay.
He wasn't in the Diddy camp. Nah, I'm just.
Yo. Nah. So I do want to say, I want to rewind it back a little bit, right? And we had the pleasure again of having you up, I believe, which was your initial interview.
Right.
The first time that you decided to talk in front of the cameras about anything that it was in regard to that. Being a protector, I feel as though in that interview, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel in that interview, you were still like holding out hope, holding back a little bit. You weren't ready to really speak about it. There was a part of you that you just felt maybe dirty having a conversation about it.
Right. And a lot of people attribute it. I'm glad you brought that up too. Because a lot of people say, yo, Bonds know a lot more than he was talking about. Bonds was throwing signals at Puff that he better drop the bag or he gonna start talking. And it ain't have nothing to do with that. It was just me being the man that I am and taking the oath. I've been around a lot of people. You know what I'm saying? Diddy ain't the only celebrity that I've guarded. You know what I'm saying? So I know a lot of things. I'm in the street all the time. I know a lot of things. You know, I just didn't feel comfortable talking about his business like that, right? Now, him being disloyal to me is a whole different subject. It ain't have nothing to do with this subject. So whatever me and him was going on through that, I know how to keep that to the side. That had nothing to do with what I was holding back. What I was holding back was because I wasn't comfortable talking on nobody mic at that time. But like I said, so many things have come to me since then that I feel like it's my business to talk now. And whoever don't like it, don't like it. They could, you know, eat a dick. Well, I don't give a fuck. But, you know, I'm going to tell it like it is, and I'm going to tell the truth about it.
Well, that makes absolute sense.
Yeah, that's the thing, man. If it happened, it happened. We can all talk about theoreticals, but the facts is facts. Whether I like it, you like it, whoever likes it. If it really happened, it is what it is. Deal with those consequences. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I saw you put something on your IG about, you know, you don't always know when or how you're going to find your calling. So it's interesting to hear you say like how this stuff kind of came your way. And it's like, man, I kind of have a duty to advocate for these people out here because lo and behold, there's a lot more people than you think. And also, like you said, it's not just women. It's men, women, and children. Everybody, a lot of people deal with this kind of thing. There's a lot of manipulative motherfuckers out there that will take advantage of every opportunity they can possibly take, no matter how or where it comes from. And it's usually to the people that are closest to them, that trust them the most. Okay, so they don't always have a voice. And even if they do have a voice, they're not going to speak on that person because they somewhere in their mind, it's a Stockholm situation where they still got love and respect for that person. So they try to spare them. So it's a tightrope walk. You know, it's like you're forcing me in a position where now I got to speak on things I don't even really want. I didn't even. Street etiquette tells me that this is not in my nature to speak on these kinds of things. But now you forcing my hand.
And that's why I said, that's why I had to come out the streets. That's why I had to come out. I can't come out the streets one way. I got to come out the streets the whole way. And when I say I got to come out the streets the whole way, that means I can't have that street mentality of, hey, yo, I can't talk about this. I can't talk. Ain't nobody going to jail. We talking about, yo, you need help. You need to get right. And these women need help. And it's something you just tapped on, Kato. It was like a lot of people, even us was talking. We said about a man going with domestic violence, and we said about a woman. But Kato just touched on the kids. The kids are affected. Just like I said, I seen my mother and father go through it, but I thought it was nothing because the next day everything would be all right. No, it's not okay. And the kids don't realize that this affects them until later on in life. And you might go through it at 17 or 18. You might get into it with your little girlfriend. You might smack her. Some people grow out of it. But what about the ones that don't grow out of it? And that becomes what they do. I'm listening to women say, every time he drink, I know I'm going to get my ass whipped. And how are you staying there when every time he drink, if you call him before he coming home, he got a slur in his voice, you getting ready to get ready like you getting ready to get into a boxing match.
It's like it's all good. Like it's
the regular thing. And it's not.
Because she seen her mama go through that shit. So it's normalized to her. And that's the thing. That's why you talk about the kids. Because even like you said, some people grow out of it, but if you grew up where that shit's normalized, well, now you just thinking that's just the way relationships are.
And I hear some women say, yo, that nigga just punched me in my face. Oh, I'm going to fuck the shit out of him tonight.
Yeah, that's the thing too.
Huh?
We toxic.
We toxic together. So it's all type of mixed stuff. And that's why I'm saying it's not like I gave an oath to protect, right? And this is what I want people to really take 10, 15 seconds to really think about. Okay, this is somebody who has yes men all around them at all the times. This is somebody that's giving me a check every week. This is the billionaire, this, that, and the other. Why do you think being with this man for 10 years, the only person that she mentions in that whole lawsuit as protecting her was me? And I ain't been around them since 2012. That's telling me since 2012, ain't nobody else helped her.
Nobody looking out for you.
You see what I'm saying? So how can you come at me and say, oh, you just stood by this, that, and the other? Maybe I didn't talk about it before, but we could talk about it now because she brought me into it. But think about how many people is around them that she can think back to the dude who left in 2012. And she didn't break up with him until 2018. So you got to say this whipping that she had in 2016, we all know. And what people got to realize is when people whip people ass like that, 9 times out of 10, it's them alone with them. It's nobody else that's going to be around to help them.
Yeah.
They know they getting their ass whipped though, because when they was out that night, they said something they wasn't supposed to say, and that person gave them that look.
Yeah.
Wait till I get your ass.
Oh, yeah.
So you
know what
probably
I'm saying?
seen that a few times, that look.
Of course. I definitely think it was times where she knew she was going to get her ass whipped.
Oh, yeah.
And, you know, it's times where I would say Diddy got this thing where if you do something wrong in the club, he got these glasses on. And he puts the glasses on top of his nose and then he looked down at you right there.
Let you know I'm angry.
Yeah. And if he lock eyes with you then, nigga, whatever it's about, nigga, as soon as we get by ourselves, we're going to talk about this. You know what I'm saying? So I seen that a lot of times. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of times, if you hear things and you see things and you're outside the room, you try to go to the room, the door's locked. You're not banging down the door. But when that person comes out, you ask them, yo, you all right? Everything okay? And if that person is not going to go back and tell them that you've been asking, you might go a little further. You need something?
Of course.
Yo, you know.
Just as a human, of course.
Just as a human. But it takes a lot, like I was getting ready to say, it takes a lot for me to get up and go against the person that's paying me, the person that can say, nigga, go home, get the fuck out of here. If you want to, you know, it takes a lot for me to do that. But I gave my bond, just like my name is Bonds, I gave my bond to protect. But I didn't give my bond only to protect you, because in a way I'm protecting you by stopping you from what you're doing.
From you.
Yeah.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because if this person hit the head on the floor the wrong way, which we've seen plenty of times, how the fuck we gonna answer that now? You know what I'm saying? So it's a fucked up position to be in, but it's one that somebody has to be in. And evidently nobody was there.
Do you wish she never tied you into this? If you could have it your way, do you wish, man, listen, I'm good.
I'm gonna go back to what Danza said when he said about not wanting to talk, and I'm gonna go back to what you said about the calling. I tried to walk away from it, you know what I'm saying? But it was plenty of nights that I had to pray on it. I say, oh God, and then something that happened where I say I ain't gonna talk, and then somebody that come and say, yo, can you talk to me? Or I'll get a DM. Like, I got so many girls that's friends that I've never met now that DM me and just talk to me that I said, damn, that was, you know how you ask God to answer you?
Yeah.
Now, he can answer you and you don't pay it attention, and he say, yo, I answered you already. So she answered. Did she ask you for your help? That was me talking to you. So I had to come out of the streets and say, yo, fuck them. They not doing nothing for me. They gonna talk about me whether I do good, whether I do bad, whether I do whatever, but I can help her or I can help him by my voice. And people let me know, because I'm just a regular person to me.
Yeah.
But when I'm in the street, people will let you know, oh shit, you.
Appreciate you, fam.
Yeah, exactly. So you start feeling like that's the calling.
You know what I feel like? When people see me, for the most part, they see, who the fuck is this light-skinned, pretty boy dude that might fuck my bitch, right? Like that's how I'm sized up. Like I don't get the respect that light skin shit, that ass, you know, being Hispanic. A lot of people look at it. He ain't been in the streets. He don't know nothing about that life. I don't need to preach about it, but I have. Right. Shout out to my guy Mateo, who's watching along with us. He noticed something about you, even, you know, the first time we had the conversation, and even now, is that for me, when I listen to you speak, right, and the way you carry yourself, the one thing I do know is you're official. Right. And I feel like a lot of people, when I look at the comments, you know, there was close to 200,000 that watched the original interview. Right. Okay. And when the people were in the comments, are like, you know, a lot of people said they know you. You know, Bonds is an official dude. Right. You know what I mean? I got the DM says Bonds is an official dude.
Listen, like, Lucy don't advocate for
that
everybody.
seems like the way it came across, and that's who you are. So I would like to believe I'm a good judge of character, right? So, you know, when I listen to you speak, I'm sitting there and I take your word for it. You know, I know there's a little bit that you would hold back because that's for another day or for another moment. You know what I mean? Or that's between you and him. Right. You know what I mean? Or you and her. Right. But at the end of the day, I know that it had to be tough for you to sit there standing on those principles. Right. And there's people that would probably sit here and think, you know what? Oh, he, you know, Danza's trying to give him an out or help him escape or trying to talk him. Nah, I'm talking about my experience. Right. Like, I think that's important that people understand what we do on this platform. And when we're sitting down having a conversation with somebody like you, like, I might have a Orlando Brown sometimes. Right. You know what I mean? Right. Charleston White said during that video, he said, you know what? This is a good clickable moment, but this might turn off your original fan base because they ain't here for that. They're here for that real conversation. Right. So, and that's what we have here. And so when people are watching this, like, I encourage you to just chill out for a second, because minds be racing when they be watching podcasts. They already got a judgment. They're watching based off the judgment. Anxiety is hitting like a motherfucker, and they're boom, judgment. Right. And so again, and I wanted to put that out there. I feel like you're definitely official. Right. I appreciate you for the conversations we have prior to this shit going on, and how you stood on what you stood on from the beginning. You know what I mean? You haven't changed. You know, a lot of people, you were as Orlando pointed out earlier, one of the, if not the first person that said, I saw her put her hands on him. Right. And him put his hands on her. Right. You seen it both ways. Right. You didn't run from it. A lot of people feel like, oh shit, I can't say it. You know, a lot of times men, when they're in an abusive relationship, they could get their ass whipped and slapped back once, and they'll never speak again. Right. They'll accept any violence from that woman because they never want to be known for retaliating. Right. Never. Right. Because it's all good when a woman abuses a man, but if that man fights back even once.
Oh, we know that.
Yeah.
We know that, especially if he been in any type of trouble in his life. He better not touch it. You know what I'm saying? I've been locked up for that too. And ain't have nothing to do with nothing. But my past.
It don't take much.
Yeah, my past got to me. But it takes you to be strong, man, because when you on that social media, motherfuckers is saying all type of shit, man, and like what people gotta realize is,
imagine what your comment section.
My comment section, because they saying, you know, and then some of them is joking. Exactly. Some of them is trolling. Some of them just want to say some shit to see if they can get underneath your skin. Yeah. Let me see what he say. And you get into the shit we like, yo, what you telling, nigga? You could pull up on me. I'm not. and nah. You can't be wishy-washy. You can't be saying and shout out to my young brothers out there, because sometime when I used to get back to my left, a young dude would hit me and say, yo, OG, I look up to you too much for that. And I stop, and I'll be like a couple of times I might have took the awkward pictures that people take showing things and all that, and I'll get a DM, yo, OG, that ain't you. You know what I'm saying? And instead of taking it the wrong way, I look at the person, I go right to their page, and I see they might be a young rapper, you know what I'm saying, out there, you know, doing their thing, and I'll be like, damn, it took a lot for him to hit me and say, OG, that's not you. I don't come to your page for that. I'm not looking for that. And then that'll pull you right back into, that's why I got so upset when Hassan was still talking about that. I left that 15 years ago. You late, homie. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? You late.
Tell him.
Now let me reel it back in a little bit here with the timeline. You come here, you do the interview. Right now there's a little noise that's coming from it. There was a incident that occurred between you and, was it King? Christian? One of his sons, that there was a
Justin.
back and forth.
Justin
on
right.
social media.
Right.
What happened there?
He said, what happened? You just told me the other day that you was going to see a therapist. So when he said that,
I see that angle.
Yeah, he was saying like, "Yo, you all right? You
trying to make me look crazy, man.
Exactly.
You know me, don't."
And I'm
do
like,
that.
yeah, okay. I confided to everybody I went to see a therapist. See, I'm glad you brought that up because I got something to say that people don't think about. All right, not to take nothing away from a woman, right? We talk about lawsuits. We talk about all these things that women say they went through when they was dealing with Diddy, when they was working for Diddy, when they was doing this. But just because I'm a man and I'm as a security, you don't think I went through mental shit too? You don't think I went through emotional shit too? You don't think I was somewhere where it got to a point, like I was telling earlier, 2-3 years, you over the fact that he's a celebrity. Now you dealing with a regular person and I don't want to be at work no more. Who don't want to be at work when they traveling all over the world and they doing everything? That's because the person that you working for now you know them.
Yeah.
And the excitement of traveling all over the world and excitement of being next to Diddy is gone now.
The novelty don't wore off.
It wore off.
You eat,
now
sleep
you
shit
that
just like
you eat, sleep shit just like
I
me.
seen you at your worst, you know, like
Right. So now I'm getting to see all the ugliness. I'm getting ready to see the way you talk to people, the way you treat people, the way you want people to work 40 hours and only put 12 hours down. But you getting up here talking about how much money you got and how you treat people this way when you know that the people that work for you is looking at you
don't
doing
see
this.
post, yeah.
When you got people in your executive staff saying, yo, you work 20 hours a day, but you can only put 12 hours down. And nobody comes and tells you how you going to get paid for the next 8 hours because that person is manipulative and telling you, yo, you should be lucky to be here.
Everybody's got to respect the emperor.
And this machine is going to go with you or without
so
you.
fall in line.
So you did these 20 hours, and you going to put these 12s down, and now you think about your family, you think about this. Now now not to take nothing. Being a man incarcerated, doing all this, that, and the other. Okay, I'm gonna be as real as I can get on here, which I never ever told nobody. My salary was $77,000 a year. Okay, $77,000 a year. I'm next to this billionaire. My salary is $77,000 a year.
What you said
for 12 months. If I showed you my timesheet, which I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna show you my timesheet from 2004 to 2006. That adds up to 144 hours a week. Not 40 hours a week. It's times where it adds up to 144 hours a week. 120 hours a week. Don't let an album be getting done because then you're up every day. But then the people from your office come and tell you, because you might be getting paid by Universal, you might have a budget with Atlantic or something. So now when I turn in my hours and your driver is turning in his hours and your assistant is turning in his hours, you got Universal, you got Atlantic saying, yo, what the fuck is this bill that Puff Daddy just turned in every week for the people that work for him? So now your executive staff is saying, yo, you can only put down 12 hours a day. You know what I'm saying? Now you got other people telling you, that's a law. You could take him to the such and such department, but guess what? Now you don't got no job after that shit is done.
Yeah.
So you in a catch-22.
And that also puts a stain on you for other jobs that you would get.
And guess what?
Good point.
At this particular time, as we all know from the Wendy Williams situation and everything else, he's one of and he still is one of the powerfulest men in the industry that can blackball you. And then with these corporate people.
You think still today?
Till this day, I think he is. Let's not forget he's a billionaire.
Listen,
and we talk about the money that is on the record. We not talking about the money and that's off the record.
Hello.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So do I think he's still powerful? Yes, because guess what? If I had, with us being, like we said earlier, being so forgiving, and with him being the manipulators are, can you count him out?
Hell no.
So therefore, it's people that still play in the middle. I'm not gonna go against him.
Because if he see this shit through, I want to be on the right side.
I want to be on the right side. So it got to be people that say, yo, and I hear people say all the time, yo, fuck Diddy, yo, that nigga don't do nothing for me, but you still don't want to be against him, brother. You still in the business. You know what I'm saying? You still don't want to be, and I'm not even talking about violence. I'm talking about pressing buttons and knowing the right people.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? He been in the business for a long time.
There's accusations about it.
Exactly. So now, if I go up against him, that must mean I'm not going down that road no more. You ain't slightly worried about the kid that's trying to prove himself to Diddy? You know, the way you got to operate and move around? Because look, you're somebody that knows how to protect. You know how to watch you know how to watch your 4, your 5. You know how to look all around, right? Of course. So are you a little bit more alert now that all this is going on? Very much so. Very much so. I don't go to nobody clubs no more. I'm not going to nobody blocks no more. I'm not doing that because I do realize that my face is all over the place, right? And it is a lot. I'm not even saying kids. It's just a lot of people who don't want to believe this or still or who feel like, yo, you shouldn't be saying nothing. You know what I'm saying? And if you say something, you see me in the store, you say, yo, the bitch ass nigga, yo, don't even know the man. Yeah. Don't even know the man.
Yeah. All based off assumptions.
Just based off, so yeah, I do move a certain way, even taking my family with me certain places. Yeah, it's changed the whole dynamics.
So now, putting it back to it, right? You're in this discussion with Justin, which goes public. I believe these tweets or whatever it was later deleted, right? Maybe it was on Instagram that you too. It was on Instagram. Was it later deleted? It was basically him saying what he said, like, yo, Unc, yo, you just told me the other day that mentally you ain't right. You going to see a therapist. And I hit him back and I said, yo, Justin, if I'm not mistaken, I said, yo, Justin, this ain't for me and you. I said, this ain't for me and you. This is between me and your father.
That's you speaking like a grown man.
Yeah, and I think I said love you, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, and then that was that. You know what I'm saying? I said, love you, man. You right. I am going to see a therapist. You right. I did tell you that. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Which I did tell him that. You know what I'm saying? Me and him had just text. Yeah. 2 days before that.
Nothing wrong with that.
You know what I'm saying?
That's a good thing, if anything. But
right. So I did tell him that, and I said, yeah. But one don't have nothing to do with the other. But this ain't for me and you.
Yeah, I see what you're doing. But listen.
And then somebody else had hit me back and said, yo, Justin need to mind his business. He just did the same thing with Kenny Burns. And I didn't even know nothing about that. But what I do know is that that's his father. And what I do know is people look at Justin as a kid. Justin is 30 years old. But what I do know for a fact is that I got too much history and too much love for him that I'm going to look at him like a kid. And the one thing we ain't going to do on social media is go back and forth.
Yeah, man, you got my number, man.
Hey, right. I did the math, by the way. So at 77K, 144 hours, we talking a little over $10 an hour.
Come on. But I'm supposed to be happy to be with you. See, that's what I'm saying. That's the Godism. You should be happy to be with me. But we running around all over the town, all over the city, all over the country, and I got a target on my back.
But a part of you was happy to be able to make $77,000 a year as well.
Let's not now that's what I'm explaining. I look at jobs and I see 30, 40. I see teachers making 50. So I'm happy over the 77. But guess what I'm not happy about? Yeah. They seeing their family.
Yeah.
Right.
They home. I'm out of the city. I'm living in LA 3 weeks out the month. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Or I'm missing December 26th of every year. I would be in Miami. December 26th. I would leave December 24th. I would go home for Christmas to be with my family. But guess what? Daddy got to get up the 26th to be in Miami.
Yeah.
So that's the difference between teachers got 2 weeks off right there. You know, it's a whole bunch of teachers got holidays. Guess what? On holidays, if you're working for celebrity, 9 times out of 10, they taking their family somewhere that you gotta be at. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? So that's the difference between making 77,000. 77,000 is a good thing if you're doing 8 to 10 hours a day.
Yeah.
But when you're doing 120, 140, 4 hours, and this is what the timesheets look like.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Then 77,000 is nothing. And then on top of that, let's get on top of this. When I caught diabetes and I asked to go over to Ciroc, you say, yo, I'm gonna have a talk with you. Manipulation. I'm doing you a favor. I'm gonna move you over to Ciroc. I don't never move nobody from security nowhere. I usually just get rid of them. So now the thankfulness in me is thankful.
Yeah, you have to.
It's a mind game. I'm thankful.
You gotta be grateful.
But in the same sentence, you say, but yo, I can't pay you what you making here because you're not gonna be working for me, you're gonna be working for them. So now I'm looking at the 77 go down to 67.
I was gonna say it.
So let me ask you something. Is healthcare involved? Any benefits at all?
Healthcare is involved in both of them.
Okay.
If I'm security,
that's the main reason. People actually, it was at this time when I started being Puff security, it was only 3 people in the industry that could afford 24-hour security. I sat down and I thought about it. One was Jay-Z, one was 50 Cent, and one was Diddy. You can't tell me nobody else in the rap industry in 2003 that could afford 24-hour security every day of the year beside those 3 right there. You know what I'm saying? So the choice with healthcare. I'm not talking about dudes who call a man when they get ready to go out and say, yo, I got some money for you. I'm getting ready to go out.
Stand next to me.
Yeah, I'm talking about 24 hours a day with healthcare.
Plus transportation, the assistant, and this person.
And everything else. It's only 3 people. And the only reason them 3 could do it because they had major deals where other companies was paying for all that.
It's part of the budget.
You see what I'm saying? So that has a lot to do with it. You know what I'm saying? So now you say, yo, I'm your man, I'm your this, I'm your that. I'm with you every day. I'm stopping fights. I'm stopping this. I'm stopping. And I'm getting in beef in the streets because niggas think I'm getting money. And you don't want to really.
You with Diddy now.
Yeah.
You got it.
Getting money.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You driving a truck, nigga, I'm paying a car note. Nigga, you driving a Cadillac, you driving a Porsche, I'm paying the car note. Right. But guess what? I'm still living in Esplanade, which is uptown in Harlem. You know what I'm saying? I'm still living on 149th Street. I'm still in the hood. You know what I'm saying? It was the same. We got in an argument one time in LA because when he first moved to LA, me and my man really wasn't comfortable out there. You know, it's different.
It's not a real place, really.
I love it, but I'm with Diddy, who's being accused of killing Tupac. And then you turn around, Biggie done got killed here. So,
you know, be in LA
77 don't go so far no more.
At this time, he's not the one to be in LA with. But he's invincible. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't care, we going there. But my man was like, yo, B, I'm not going down there. So I ended up being down there every day. And, you know, the attitude was there at first because I didn't want to be there. And I remember specifically one day Puff walking up the block in Beverly Hills, and he said, yo, you can go to fuck home, yo. You can go to fuck home. You and your man acting all fucking crazy. I'm staying here, and that's that.
Oh, man.
And at this time, I was new. So my man really threw me out there. So I'm sitting on the stoop like, yo, I ain't say I want to go nowhere. Because at the end of the day, I did just come home from jail, and I'm happy to be out here.
Right.
And I'm going to do whatever I got to do, but I'm not thinking of, yo, what are you getting paid to take care of this? Right. So when I sit back and I watch some of the videos and say, yo, I pay my barber $5,000 or $1,000 to cut my hair. How could you pay a barber that or say you're going to do this, that, and the other, but the person that's holding you down is fucked up?
Right.
But nobody wants to hear about that. You know what I'm saying? But it's cool because I accept that because I was happy I had a job.
That's tough.
And one thing don't have nothing to do with the other. So like I said, I still was quiet. We still ain't talking about that. Niggas still think I'm getting money uptown, this, that, and the other. But I'm getting money because the type of person I am, I know how to hustle. You know what I'm saying? If I'm next to you, I'm thinking of some other hustles to make some money. Yo, you want Diddy to come through your club tonight? I could get him up there today. Because 9 times out of 10, he gonna hit me. Yo, what's going on tonight? I already know what's going on tonight. So I'm gonna hit you and be like, yo, what you give me if I bring Diddy through there?
Right.
Word.
What you mean? But you can't announce it. You can't say he coming or nothing. You can tell your immediate people, yo, guess what, yo? I just got the phone with Bonds, yo. He gonna bring Diddy through tonight. You can tell your immediate people, but let's not see no flyer up.
Word.
All right, I got 2,000 for you. I got 1,500 for you. All right. Yo, what we doing tonight, Bonds? Yo, we gonna go to Mansion tonight in Miami. We going to Mansion. You know what I'm saying? I spoke to Ro and them. They all out there. Okay, cool. You slide me my 1,500. These are the type of we hustlers. We gotta, you got a party. You taking them through the back.
Yeah, I need it. 77 don't go too far. So I gotta find, I gotta find my own opportunity at some point.
Hell yeah, you got to make it. But it does give you the opportunities, right? Like, I also think like an entrepreneur on that same note, right? Like, as an entrepreneur, 144 hour week, that's normal. And we do it for zero.
Right.
A lot of times. Right. And then we build as we move forward, and we know that we put people in positions to win. Now, some of us understand it. Some of us get greedy.
Right.
You know what I mean? And it seems like that seems to be the exact narrative of what went on with Diddy and how he grew in this game. Right? You got a young cat that's learning all the ropes, you know what I mean, behind the scenes. I mean, we could go back to Al B. Sure as an intern. Right? Now talk, because I know you know about that, right? Like he comes up as an intern for
Uptown
Records.
Right.
Al B. Sure is the guy.
Oh yeah, I'll be sure was that. Yeah,
What a time.
Yeah, what? I'll be sure made it be all right to be light skinned back then.
He was the light skinned nigga. You know what I'm saying?
Curly split hair.
You know what I'm saying? No matter what they say, because people say I'll be lip singing. Yo, I'll be can't sing. Whatever he doing, he doing whatever.
Yeah,
didn't matter.
And then that's the beginning of the Kim Porter situation. So now, based on what you know of all this that went on, because Kim Porter is the woman. When we think about Diddy, right now we're gonna get
rest in peace to Kim. Yeah,
we get the staple of Cassie. Everybody knows Cassie. But his queen was Kim Porter,
right?
And early on, you got Uptown Records. I'll be sure. How did that go? Diddy acquiring Kim Porter from I'll be sure.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I can't tell you how it went because I wasn't there. You know what I'm saying? I can only tell you things that he said. You know what I'm saying? Where he said, "Yo, I seen her and I got to have her." You know what I'm saying? Things he said like, "Yo, I used to come to work every day and she was the first thing that I seen." You know what I'm saying? And like sometime when you dream about something or you say you gotta have something or your goal is to be rich. My goal is to get Shorty to start talking to me because he said she was mean. She ain't really have too much to say to him. It was like, you just an intern. You know, I'm with Al B.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
So she is Michelle Pfeiffer in Scarface. Right?
That was it.
Yeah.
You know, but you know what was the difference? She going to work every day.
Yeah.
And I think that's one of the things that he really liked about her was like, she was with Al B, all that cool. She's still working for herself every day.
She's a tiger.
And his goal was to get her, and he got her.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And he adopted Quincy, you know what I'm saying? And it's nothing else you could do to a man, in my eyes, to break him down than to take his woman and adopt his son. That's like a powerful chess move.
Talk about mental warfare.
Mental warfare.
That's actually like some like real like historical shit.
The Romans.
That's what happened to Odysseus in the Odyssey. He went to go fight a war, and like his arch enemy took over his house, married his wife, adopted his kids. He was lost at sea for like 20 years.
I'm gonna tell you something. Puff is that type of person. He gonna read 48 Powers of Law. He gonna read the Art of War. He gonna have audio books, and he gonna study that shit. You know what I'm saying? And then it's a difference between studying it and know how to press the button and activate it. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
So you would say, is that his introduction to being the manipulator and the person that he became? Like that had to be somewhat of the first major power move to thrust him into that.
I can't tell you that because I wasn't there. If that was like his first moves, to me, being from uptown and being from Harlem, my first hearing and meeting of a Puff Daddy was, because I was on the other side of the game at that time. You know what I'm saying? I got along with everybody.
You mean like you were an artist or
no? I was at that time I was a street nigga at that time.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm saying? So
okay.
you know, that's when I was out there banging and, you know, robbing and everything. But I never ever took nothing from nobody that was a good person. That's why my name always stayed honorable. You know, if I did something to somebody, I did something to somebody that everybody else wanted to do something to, but just ain't have the heart to do it.
That's something you might not understand if you don't understand street culture. You know what I'm saying?
Right. So
no, it's still crime. Okay, but it's certain people that you don't fuck with. It's certain people.
That's Batman.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? I don't know if they still do it like that no more. I see in New York they punching old women in the face and all kinds of wild shit. But
they still got the G's, the OGs check people.
But that was unheard of, man. Like even what they doing to girls now, killing them because they don't want to talk to them. Yeah,
it was a code.
You know, and you had the day like you had the people, and I'm not gonna say they don't do it because I'm not part of that life no more, but I don't hear about it. If we was in your building, you know what I'm saying, when the first came, we made sure everybody rent was paid. Yo, is everybody, because they not calling the police on you, they not bothering you, they letting you do what you do. So if you got the old lady on the second floor that can't pay the rent, she coming down. Yo, well, I need $100 for my
throw
rent.
them a little 200.
Yeah, and you know what I'm saying?
Keep this ecosystem.
Keep it going.
That's what it is. It's
and you know what? My crew never got locked up on 149th Street. You know why? Because every time the police came, they had an apartment to run to in the building that would open the door. So when the police would run up there, look, they would call me, yo, Barnes, the police just came. Where you at? I'm in apartment 3H.
Stay there. They on your floor down there. They on the stairs. They on the stairwell.
You know, so I say that to say that there was honor there. You know what I'm saying? And it's no longer there.
Honor amongst thieves, as they say.
Now, because we keep going through the storyline in a perfect way.
Right.
But I still want to get to that part where, like, you know, we December we got the show. You're going back and forth with his son at the time. Now, clearly, obviously, his son, in order to see this, he watches the interview. Right. I'm imagining Diddy probably watched the interview and heard you speak or saw clips.
Let me tell you what made me know that he watched the video. No, what made me know he spoke to his father. Because he said, how much you want my pops to do for somebody that he never met? So it lets me know that he went to his father and said, yo, do you know Barnes' son?
Oh,
you know the situation about...
Right. And Puff had to tell him, yeah, I know about his son. I know his son, but I've never met his son because Puff have never met my son. My son wasn't the type of person who was like, yo, Dad, you work for Puff. I want to come down here and meet him. He was the head of the Bloods in Harlem. You know what I'm saying? And I keep it 100. I didn't find this stuff out until he got in trouble in Africa. Yeah. That it was like, yo, you know, he was doing this, he was doing that, but he wasn't a bad kid. They still called him schoolboy. He kind of came up like me. He was in charge of something to keep something together because he felt like if he wasn't going to be a part of it, they was going to go to war. And he tell me about that in the jail where he at now. He'd be like, yo, Dad, you know they got Bloods and Crips in this jail in Africa. And I said, yo, what are you talking about? He said, yeah, they walk around with red rags. I'm like, he said, but I don't let them beef with each other. You know what I'm saying? And because he's from the United States and he knows that culture, they respect what he says about it.
Well, because
and a lot of people don't.
In a lot of ways, they're imitating the American, this side of that.
And yeah, exactly.
So it's like you, however the ranking works, you kind of surpass me because I'm on this. It's
the same way. It's the same way when New York started. We respected LA because LA was known for it. So if you had somebody with you that was from LA and they was blood of Crip, you kind of believed everything they said because this was their culture. And when God, he ain't dead or nothing, but when O started it over here, Omar started it back here in Rikers Island, he had to get his lessons and everything that he got from somebody that was already in it. So he connected with people that was in LA. You know what I'm saying? So it's the same way. You an American, you down here, you used to be that. So you could come down here and kind of correct the culture of what they doing. And that's what he tells me. He said, yo, I don't let them go to war. I don't let them do this, that, and the other. And that's one of the things that he wants to write on about that. You know what I'm saying? Like the fact that he doesn't do that. Yeah. So that's how I knew Justice spoke to his father about that. And like, if everybody was to ask me, no, he didn't know him. No, he didn't never meet him. But that's my son.
Yeah, word.
And I'm with you every day. And you know what I'm going through. And you heard about him. Everybody else met him. Uncle Paulie, D-Rock, Group. We all hung out together.
It don't mean a motherfucking thing. Because I got homies all day, every motherfucking day.
Right.
That I talk to, that I fuck with, that they know my son. And because they know me, they know my son.
Exactly.
You don't gotta know my son. You know me,
right?
And you know my heart, so you know my son.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So those conversations, we might have had those conversations. Right. Might have not been 100 times we had those conversations. You know that baby boy is out there.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying?
That's right. That's right.
Facts. So like now that there was no time that he ever said, or he tried to reach out to you through somebody else. He didn't try to reach out to you at all. Past this, it was
no. Oh no, past that timeline that you talking about.
No more communication.
No more communication. The only communication was which I mentioned before when he called me, when I called him and asked him for $20,000
before the interview.
That was before the interview. Yeah, that was the only other time. I haven't spoken to him at all. Period. This time, I guess he ain't speaking to me, yo. He's standing up, he's doing this, he's speaking on this. So we don't have no conversation, and I'm cool with that because I'm cool with being who I am.
And the 20,000 was for.
That was towards my son lawyer.
Yeah. Okay, I just want people to understand
that wasn't.
You're not just asking for 20K because you want.
No. He's never gave me any money. Okay. So just, I want to clarify that he's never gave me no money. What I did was sent the lawyer complete info, Swift code, and it went directly from the office directly to the lawyer. It was nothing where I don't know what Barnes doing with this money because Barnes never got the money.
Word.
You know what I'm saying? I didn't want the money because I never wanted that to be anything to be brought up like, yo, that nigga out there doing nah, this is strictly for him. If I'm out here selling t-shirts, this is strictly for him. If I'm doing this is strictly for him. This is going toward what we got to pay for the lawyer. You know what I'm saying? And that's that.
Word. Now, you've recently did an interview with Piers Morgan.
Right.
He, in that interview, had a conversation with you about how many times has you seen the abuse. I believe in the interview what you said was 5. You said 3. Now, I know that you've seen other things, other women that have gone through things. Can you give us an exact instance where you recall another woman that has gone through similar abuse or just the mental abuse and the intimidation of everything? Do you got any other like moments that you could remember?
If I was to say here, I'm gonna be totally honest with you. I've never really understood mental abuse. You know, I'm separated from my wife now, right? And if I go into mental abuse, then I gotta say I'm part of the DV problem. And that's the realest shit that I could tell y'all. I'm fighting against DV, but when you fighting against something and you don't know all the limbs and the legs of it, you got to sit down and listen. And I had to sit down and listen. And at first she was like, yo, what's the saying when you calling somebody something that you are?
Hypocrite.
Yeah, you a hypocrite because you've mentally abused me for years. You know what I'm saying? Never put my hands on, but you mentally abused me.
You feel that you mentally abused your ex-wife?
Yeah, I mentally abuse a lot of people now that I know what the meaning of. Because I never realized that the words could really break a person down and make them feel like a piece of shit where they don't want to get up in the morning. Or when somebody, if your wife pulls up in front of the house, you wondering why she's sitting in the car for 10 minutes before she got to come in the house. Because she's getting herself together. So when you say that, I've watched Puff mentally abuse every woman in his life besides his kids. And that's because one day he told me, watch her cry, watch her cry. And I never realized that was a part of domestic violence until another person told me. So said, yo, watch him cry.
Did he get like enjoyment out of it? Was he like, yeah, watch it? Like he was enjoying it?
Yeah, I would say he enjoyed it. You know what I'm saying?
It's all power at the end of the day.
It's all about power.
See, this is what I'm capable of. You didn't believe me? Now look and sit in it.
And then after I give you that,
I'm gonna sit at my throne, and it's like
I'm the king.
I told you about this. I warned you about this. You don't believe me? You're next.
Like the video. Look at you now. Look at you now.
That's
it's like a tactic that's used for the next time because that person knows better than to do it again.
And now you could point to it and say, "Remember what happened?"
Right.
Like you said,
But now this is where the narcissism comes in because after he does that, then he's going to tell you, yo, call such and such and give them a...
we're going to the salon.
Yeah, we're going to give you got them gift cards for the Mandarin Hotel, which are like $500 for the whole thing. And guess what? The girl forgives him for that. Whether it's an employee, assistant, or whatever, all they think about is I got tomorrow off and I'm going to the Mandarin Oriental to get this done. So you back to day one doing it again. And when you check it like that, you've never actually checked that person. So I'm a take all of that because I didn't know about that type of abuse to go to him and say, yo, why are you talking to her like that, yo? I never said that because number one, this is his house. Number two, he not putting his hands on her, but I never knew how much you could beat a person. That, yo, why your hair look like that? Yo, why you look like that? Yo, man, get the fuck out of here and go get your nails done.
You gonna wear that?
Yeah.
Just little shit like that. And now,
shit like that.
well, no, it's nothing. That's what you want. You know, it is. Right. And now the whole time she's, and it's a different type of control.
And you got to remember, these are young females just coming into it, so they already looking up to him like, oh my God, I'm so happy I got this job. I'm this, that, and the other. So you feel a certain way. It's not until the physical situations that a person might say something and a person might be like, yo, what do you think about? But this is not going to be done in front of you. It's only going to be done in front of you if it get to the point where a person probably has to throw something at somebody.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But the physical part is not going to be there. He might pick up something and throw it. Yo, get the fuck out my office. Yo, what is he doing? You know, like, I remember Making It a Band? When he threw a chair at Lorianne Gibson.
Throwing the phone
the fucking
and
chair,
throwing papers. And
she quit after that. She was like, I'm not there. She came back some years later. But even then, guess what? We looked at it like it was okay. I didn't see nobody say nothing about domestic violence when you created this monster because you just seen him throw a chair at a person. But at that time, we ain't look at it like, oh, he has a problem. Yeah, I knew it. You know what I'm saying? But he didn't hit her with the chair. They didn't stop the program. They didn't do nothing. So me, like everybody else, said, okay.
Because you don't really understand it at that time.
At that particular
time.
So
you're going through a moment where you're explaining, like, you're real. That what you just said was very real. I was a young cat living in Orlando with my older cousin, and my older cousin, God rest his soul, him and his woman. While I was living there, I was 18 years old, and I heard them get into physical altercations all the time. Sometimes, to me, as being an 18-year-old kid, right, I know for damn sure that when he came home, she was set in her stance, she was swinging.
That's right.
You know, so when they were fighting, my first mentality was, stay out of it. It's got nothing to do with you.
Right.
You're staying in this man's house. He's taking care of you. He's helping feed you and looking out for you. As I'm transitioning, moving over to, like, I'm from Buffalo, New York. I'm trying to make a move to Orlando. Who the fuck am I to sit there and speak to this man in any improper way, knowing that might put me in a bad position where I'm out, I got nowhere to stay.
That's right.
I'm listening to the abuse. You know what I mean? I see her come out crying. I did the same shit. You okay? You know what I mean? Like, I'm damn near like he's a lot older, and this is my cousin. This is a girl. I don't know this girl from a can of paint. You know what I mean? But I'm sleeping on the couch, and I'm seeing her abuse. I'm seeing the black eyes and things of that nature.
So you just
I don't know what to
him.
do.
Right.
I don't know. But again, the same way you talk about like not knowing about domestic violence, I got exes that could sit there and tell you stories about me and how I was mentally abusive. Right. And how I took advantage. This is true for most men. A lot of men won't say it. Right. You know what I mean? I've been in physical altercations in my past with my exes. You know what I mean? I've done all that. We've all done it, right? It depends on if you go past that line.
Exactly.
Do you feel like
the degree?
Do you feel like your ex-wife, because of the things that you've been through, if she were to speak about you, that she looks at you as no different than him?
I don't think she looks at me nowhere near him. Yeah, and just to speak on that, she never liked him. Like, okay, you know how a woman, like she wasn't one of those women that wanted to go on vacation. She went on one vacation with me. I think we went to Bali or someplace like that. You know what I'm saying?
Exotic.
You know, him and Cassie and me and my wife, we stayed on the yacht. That was the one time. And she said, only reason I went to that was to be with you. And guess what? One night she said, let's go. You know how the boat is in the middle of the water, so they take the little boat and we go in the town. She wanted to do some shopping to get some stuff. Yeah. So dinner was at 8:00.
Right.
Me and my wife got there at 8:30.
Trouble.
Nobody ate in the house. He was like, yo, Barnes, what you doing? Now, mind you, he's talking to me. So he's talking to me like that. Yo, Barnes, what you doing? Yo, you know dinner was 8:00, man. Everybody got to wait for you to eat. While my wife turned around and said, are you working or is this vacation? Oh, shit. Because if this is vacation, why is everybody waiting for us to eat? Go eat? And she went into her room. She changed, she changed and came back out, but she had attitude. She said, yo, I told you, and to this day, she said, I told you he was evil. That's why I ain't want to be her and Kim was really close. I didn't even know they was close. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? She'd be like, yo, how you think I found out you was messing with this girl? How you think I found out you was messing with that girl? Kim was the one who told me. Kim. You know what I'm saying? I'd be like, yo, Kim told you? Yeah. And she'd be like, yeah, Kim the one that pulled me to the side and said,
a woman's intuition is crazy.
But close like that, like, is what you're saying too.
Nah, they wasn't like a tight person, but Kim had that
respect.
She had that respect. Yeah. I know you Bond's wife. Like, word. And I'm going through what I'm going through with this nigga.
Word. I think that's the most important part. We got a woman here that's going through abuse. Right now it's documented and proven. Kid Porter went through abuse. Right. And so you're talking about a woman that's in pain that doesn't want to see another woman in pain.
Exactly. And looking stupid.
Yeah.
Because Kim is looking stupid while he's running around doing what he's doing.
And she wants that favor paid back.
Right. So now she's looking stupid. Oh, you think because he brought you on a trip, but when you're not here, you know he fucking with her right here, the assistant or the this or the that, and telling her everything. And I'm wondering, how you finding out this? And it wasn't until Kim was already gone, right? And we was talking, and she was like, you so stupid. I said, what? She said, you act like I didn't like Kim. I didn't like Diddy. Kim is the one that was telling me everything that you was fucking doing. And I'm like, wow. And that's why I tell people, a woman will keep a secret. They not like us.
What?
Yeah.
They'll keep a secret. You know, they go to hell with that secret. Like me, I will tell you some type of way. Yo, you know, Danza told me. I'm gonna figure out some way to tell you.
I gotta
you
tell
know,
you. It's been on my heart. I gotta
you
tell
know,
you.
they not gonna tell you shit. That's why, like, it's just like if they messing around. If you're not the type of person that be going through phones and all, you will never know.
Yeah, there's so many dudes out there that have no idea that their woman is fucking around, and it's only because he doesn't want to go through her phone. Right. But he knows, you know what I mean? And so a lot of times, what do? We get our lick back without, you know what I mean? Because we get our lick back just at the thought, like we know what's happening. And so
but another thing is, we change.
All the toxicity.
We change. See, we tell on ourselves. They not gonna tell on themselves.
I told on myself too much.
You know what I mean? Like, you come home at 5 o'clock every day. All of a sudden now you come home at 10, 9. Where you at? You ain't the type of person to fuck with a lot of people. All of a sudden you watching the game at the bar.
Yeah, social.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
you got me.
You a horny ass nigga. Every time you come in at night, you want to blow my back out, but the night you want to take a shower.
I'm on nerves tonight.
We put ourselves in shitty positions.
Come on, man. Like, you know, and that's what I was seeing that a lot. You know, I seen that with one of his assistants. And one thing about a woman is loving and nurturing, right? So what I seen in his assistants was, I work for Diddy. I'm with him 15 hours a day. This is my man. Yeah. Not the man that, because he's fucking him or nothing, but it's my job to take care of him.
I'm going to ride out for him.
Exactly. So a lot of things, if he start messing with different women, you start seeing them acting different, because one thing about a woman who messes with Diddy, she feels privileged. You know, she feels privileged. She feel like the assistants are her assistants. She feel like the security is her security. You know, like, you supposed to open the door for me because you see I'm in the car with him.
It's like, you know what I'm saying? Do me a favor, go get us some drinks. And she's like, yeah, get us some drinks.
Exactly.
And now you look like, hold on, bitch.
And that's part of his. That's part of his play right there. Yeah. Hey, yo, my security gonna take you downstairs. Yeah. So they start doing this. I think one time, little knuckles, especially the knucklehead Karens, yo, knucklehead Karens get on my nerve, man.
It's a real thing.
He thinking, yo, why you don't like my shorty? Yo, she knuckleheaded, man. Like, she handed me her bag when she open the door for her. I'm not here to take her bag. I'm going to make sure you cool. Yeah. Right. You know what I'm saying? But it was a couple of instances. You know, and Capricorn had a big instance because Capricorn got caught in the middle of the Cassie and Kid Kudi situation.
Who's Capricorn?
Capricorn was his assistant.
Okay.
And I think Capricorn, matter of fact, I was there. Capricorn settled out of court with him, and she left because she was physically abused.
Yeah, I was gonna say, wasn't it like an allegation that he beat her or something like that?
And I think Suge Knight even talked about it on his thing. He'd be like, yo, a lot of shit is getting ready to come out. It was Capricorn, and Capricorn was one of Suge Knight's baby mother's best friends. So she knew all the info and all that. Yeah. I really think that was one of the reasons why.
That's too close for comfort.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna lie to you. She was a thorough. She gonna go hard for you. Like me and her used to have contests because at this time Puff was everywhere. So we used to have to jump out, and she was one of them assistants that are throwing some sneakers with a dress. She gonna jump out, and she doing whatever, but she's down. You know what I'm saying? And she knew about the situation. She was basically the only person that knew about the situation because she was supposed to be with Cassie wherever she went. So every time she went to that studio, she was with Cassie. So of course she knew about it. And he was furious because she didn't tell him. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, she took her money after her alleged physical abuse. She took her money and she went in the winds. I see her now saying things like, I was following her on the Black Twitter the other day, and she said something like, oh yeah, the devil is about to get exposed and stuff like that. So she be throwing her subliminal stuff. And
she's waiting.
So she's witnessed abuse probably, right? Being with Cassie all the time?
Oh, she's witnessed abuse and she's been abused.
Yeah. So there's two people. There's two people that I wonder about that I haven't heard from, and maybe I'm just not looking for it. Because they're public figures. Fonsworth Bentley you know, I don't know how the era or how the times went. Fonsworth Bentley, being that he's a public figure, I haven't heard or seen anybody ask anything about what he's seen or heard or whatever. But then J-Lo, because they were a couple, she's, again, a public figure. Around the time that they were going out, slightly after that, she comes out with a movie. It's a very specific movie. It's called Enough. Anybody remember what that movie was about?
Yeah, where she's the domestic violence. She got
the movie
yep.
is about a woman that is with, I think she's successful. The husband's successful and they're living together. They have a daughter and she's a victim of domestic violence. And this is after their relationship.
Wow.
So I haven't seen anybody point that out or call that out or ask any questions, maybe by request of the Queen J-Lo. I don't know. But nobody put that together and said, funny how after she dated you, she came out with a movie about domestic violence. So those are two people that I'm very curious to hear what their experiences were like. But because of their notoriety, they also have the privilege of not having to speak on these things too.
That's a great outlook. Like, my boy, I'm sitting there like, whoa.
I paid the Fonsworth Bentley because a lot of people been talking about that. And that was before my time, so I don't really speak on that.
That's why I'm not asking you, or you know.
But I never thought about the J-Lo situation, and I think it might be because of how successful she is.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying?
By her request and respect for her, she's a legend. So people are probably like, let's not do that unless we have to. There's enough.
Right.
There's plenty of other shit that we got to explore and expose.
And then now I see that her name is being brought up in the middle of this shit where they saying that, she the one that carried the gun in and this, that, and so, she might just want to
block.
You there at that time?
Yeah. Nah, I wasn't there at that time.
Not the day, but were you around in this?
No, I was actually incarcerated then. I came after that, right?
That was what year?
90, it was 90 something.
Damn.
It was 90 something. But I know I came after that.
Bro.
I came in 2003. And when I came, my man Wolf was there. Yeah. Then he actually got locked up because I remember him telling me, because I was still on, I came home in 2000 and he said, if I have to go down, I'm gonna go down. He said, because we can't let him go down for it because then everything falls down. Right. So if he didn't actually win the trial with Puff, he was prepared to take it and lay down anyway. You know, that's, if you know Wolf, that's the type of dude he was. Rare breed. I'm gonna go lay it down, do what I got to do. He sent word back, just make sure he take care of my family. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And I heard that directly from Puff Man. Told me that he just said make sure he take care of the family. But he ended up beating the trial and didn't have to go.
Shine is the one that did time for that, correct?
Shine is the one that do time. He did time for that. So I don't really speak on that part of it. I know when I came home and Wolf seen that I was with Puff, I was in Atlanta one day and he said, be careful. And I said, be careful about what? He said, homie ain't one of us. And it kind of threw me because through the whole time of me being incarcerated, all I seen was him and Puff on TV together. So I was like, damn, what? But he said, be careful, man. So I didn't know at that particular time what had happened between them, why he was in Atlanta then.
He was trying to tell you without telling you. And it's the same thing like we said before. Imagine he comes to you and gives you some good game and he's really looking out. And then you come out like, hey, Wolf is saying that I need to be concerned about my pay or whatever. So now he's jeopardized. So he's like, look, bro, all I'm saying is just look out, bro. He's not one of us. And I'm going to leave you with that. Take with what you will.
Exactly.
But exactly. To your Bentley, to your Bentley point, according to Gene Deal, he was stealing watches. And Puffer got rid of him.
For that?
Yeah, you called him stealing.
He might have took one, or it was a gift or some
stealing is a serious allegation.
But the way that shit goes down, it could have been a gift, and all of a sudden it wasn't anymore.
I'm gonna tell you what I witnessed. What I witnessed there was a lot of thievery, and a lot of thievery become because that man gets so many gifts. So many gifts that he don't even know he got them. You know what I'm saying? Or he might know he got it and don't ask for it for 6 months. Then the day he tell you, can you go get that watch out the safe for me? Which watch? The watch with the such.
You get out of the way.
Or he bump into people Like, yo, did you get that package I sent to the office? And
Hey,
then he might be like, yo, what package?
Yep.
Hey, yo, Barnes, go to the mailroom and find out. You know, he done caught
Check the
people in the
tracking on
mailroom
that.
stealing. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, that type of stuff. And that's what I tell people. It's hard for him to trust a person.
I was just gonna say
Because of
I don't want
everything.
I don't want to advocate for any type of domestic abuse, any type of manipulation, mental, physical. I don't want to advocate for anything that's negative in that form. But there is a cost for being the boss. There is a price to be at the top of the fucking mountain. People are gonna steal from you. People are gonna lie to you. Dishonesty. People are gonna tell you yes when it should have been a no. Like there's certain shit like after being on top and being that guy for so fucking long, 20 plus years, probably 30 plus years, right? We talking about Puff, not Diddy, not Love, we're talking about Puff Daddy, that guy. The reason why I learned what the word entrepreneur is, okay? A lot comes with that. It's a burden to carry. What do they say? The crown is heavy. How did
Heavy is the crown. Yeah.
Heavy is the head that wears the crown.
Yeah.
I'm not justifying the behavior, but that shit turns you into a fucking demon, an inhumane person. When you're stolen from, when your shit gets vandalized and you get blackmailed and you're people are trying to lynch you and take anything and everything. If it's a text message, if it's a picture, if it's you in the shower, if it's you at the pool, you gotta watch your shit from all angles. After a while,
Then get help.
but that don't solve the problem. You know, you could talk to whoever you want and tell them how you feel. And again, I'm not trying to protect this man.
Sometimes you just gotta whoop a bitch ass. That's how it is.
But like, it's hard being at the top of the fucking mountain, and you're gonna start to have a distrust for people, not just persons. People, not one person.
That's when you don't have your people around you that was there. And a lot of people get rid of the people that was there because they don't want the people that was there because they know who they really are, not who they portraying to be. You know what I'm saying?
Right. I know you. I know who you portray, but I know you.
I got dudes that might be around me that might see this drink right here. Yo, who drink is this? That's Bond's drink? Yo, man, fuck that. But now, I got people around me that's scared to death to touch that drink. Which one do I want around me? I want that motherfucker around me that's scared to death to touch that drink. If you not that type of person.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And that's everybody that keep pushed away. If you think about
So you're saying you would want the person around you that would say, "Hey,
they give me a drink because I'm still
Yeah,
me.
yeah.
I'm still me. I want you to treat me still like me. Damn, I knew I shouldn't have left my motherfucking drink there because my man is in here.
Yeah,
and I know he
can't trust you.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. You know, that's just like if I'm eating my food and I'm, yo, who ate my motherfucking plate? If it's 5 of us in here, but I really just fuck with you tight, I ain't even got, nigga, I know who ate the plate.
Yeah.
You ate the plate because you the only one with enough heart to eat the plate because we go that far back.
Yeah.
We that cool.
Rocky.
But if I'm portraying to be this person, then I can't let you do that in front of them because I'm showing some type of weakness.
It shakes the whole
You know what I'm
game.
saying?
And then
but
nobody
that's
gonna
the thing that keeps you grounded. You know what I'm saying? You look at, and I hate to use these examples, but I look at Jay-Z and I say, Juan, Tata, Emery.
On one hand.
And I forgot my man that got the gold couch in the office. I forgot his name.
Is it Biggs? Is the other person that he had?
Not Biggs. Okay. Not Biggs. Or the he was damn, this is my man too, man. He's a worker for Rock Nation, but it's just like those 4 and then Guru. I looked at those 5. You know what I'm saying? And I say, this is who's around. And I look at the young, she's not young no more, but she been with him from day one. The little short girl that run Rock Nation.
Yeah.
And then I look at Jay Brown. Okay, no matter what company this man go to, he's not gonna let them people tell him these 6 people can't do such and such or don't listen to the Puff is the type of person that when we get around certain people, he's not gonna say, yo, that's my man. Yo, make sure, you just like he told me. He said, yo, I don't know what they gonna pay you when you got the power to pick up the phone and say, yo, that's my man.
Yeah.
He's coming over there. I need him to make $85,000. Period. Point blank. Find the money.
Yeah.
Click. He's not that person to
That's
do
something
that.
that stood out to me when you mentioned you're leaving to go to Ciroc. They're paying you. Diddy 100% had the influence to say, here goes what you're going to pay.
Because guess what?
Yeah.
I'm only taking $88,000 out of your $15 million budget that you got. That's
Is it
nothing.
88 or 77 or 60?
No. I'm just saying no. I say if he make
yeah.
the phone call and say, yo, I need him to make 88,000
Yeah.
or I need him to make 100,000.
Okay.
Where I've been to Jay office and I've seen Tata office and I've seen Jay Brown office and I've seen Ron. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, these are my guys. No matter who I'm underneath the umbrella or no matter who I have a meeting with, they taken care of.
Now, with the people that say this about Jay, oh, well, Jay's next. And then you say how he kind of maintains his empire this way. You feel like that's a possibility for Jay to be next to be taken down?
If you was to ask me, I would say no. I would say no. I would say when I look and see Jay one aligns himself with loyalty around him. Come on, we just seen Rolling Stone just come out and you got 50 plus ex-employees and everybody else talking about Diddy and everything he did from college. So that shows you that, yo, who did he have around him?
We call that a career criminal.
You know what I'm saying? The same way they talk about he had young girls in a party, right? He had young girls coming to the party. Listen, when we was there, Diddy is too high at a club, at a party. His thing is, yo, we all just going back to the house. Let's go, yo. Yo, Barnes, we going back to the house. Yo, get the cars together.
Figure it out. We out.
So guess what? Now I'm going to take the control. My man D-Rock, my man Rue, we going to take the control of the party. Okay, you go in. We know who his immediate people is. We know who his party goers is. All the other people that came from the club, we on that front gate. One of us is on top of him to make sure no dumb shit happen. That's just our job. One of us is at the door, then one of us is at the gate. If you ever been to Star Island, one of us is going to be at that front gate.
The bridge.
Okay, yo, you going in? You going in? We looking, anything too young. Yo, you not going in there. But I'm going to tell you what the difference is. The difference is when I was there, his kids wasn't old enough to party yet.
That's what makes it difficult.
That's what makes it's the rebirth. Where I get 45, I'm like, yo, don't wake me up, my nigga, 3, 4 in the morning, talk about you want to party. But if I had a son, which I did, that was incarcerated, but when my son hit 21 and 2, he's bringing all new fresh meat around. He could get in the club now. That's my rebirth. Just like LeBron want to play ball with his son.
Yeah.
People got dreams of partying with their son, with their daughter.
That's my
with
fault.
Different take right there.
and that's what I'm saying. So now,
So you think that these young girls were at the party with their children? With his children?
I think that's the reason that they were there. You see what I'm saying?
But that's absolutely reasonable and absolutely a possibility. Like there's nothing wrong with that.
Especially if you're a Diddy.
Especially if you did, because first of all, they're going to try to get next to you. They're going to want to stand here, this, that, and the other. Now,
And his kids want to throw a party.
no,
If Pops throws a party, I'm going to throw a fucking party
We
too.
in Miami.
And
I got a lot to
And I
live
live on Star Island, bitch. You know what I'm saying? That's how their MO is. We're men. In this room, there's men.
right,
You got that kind of stature, that's your pops.
right.
You know what I mean? Like when you want to throw a party, Dad, it's my birthday.
That's right.
I want to throw a big party.
And
I'm
the
at
person you
school,
are,
I'm
you
telling
gonna be
everybody-
there.
Yeah, I'm at school. I'm telling everybody, yo, if I got a crush on a girl, I'm smashing because I could get her to that party.
That's right.
You know what I mean? You know
and
who my pops is?
but you
Yeah.
got to remember now, we talking 21 now.
Yeah.
So they not even school no more. Justin's in college, but we not. So now when we go to Mansion, when we go to wherever we live, whatever, these girls is coming back with me now. I'm such and such. So now, are they pretty? Are they wearing tight dresses? Are they doing? Yeah, they 21, they 22, but
They
you're
could be full of
45, you're 47, you're 48. Even though it's legal, you stuck between. Is it right?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And I think that's where a lot of those things, and guess what happens with that? Somebody 21 always has a friend that's 20.
Yeah.
Yep.
Always has a friend that's 19. Well, you mind if they get it? Yo, Kristen, yo, Justin, do you mind if I bring her? Yeah, you could bring her. Come on. Now, guess what happens? You get rid of the people that care about you enough that we already automatically know how to execute and move. We talking to each other through headphones. Yo, shorty don't look too right. Whereas when you get the regular security, they just looking after your safety. They not all over the place.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Trying to figure out, yo, you gotta get rid of her. She looked like she had too many drinks. Why she sitting there like that? Yo, nah, get her out. We used to, yo, you gotta come on. Yo, what did I do? Yo, you too drunk to be in here. You too drunk. If you fall, say somebody did something. This is what we was physically doing. You out. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's how he get caught up with all the young stuff, because now that's a second rebirth. That's a rebirth.
Yeah.
You 45, you 50, but your kids got all this fresh meat around here.
There's somebody else now that seems to be like a mystery woman and a mystery man, a mystery sex worker. Do you have any idea who these people are?
Nah, I don't have no idea who the sex workers are. When they say sex workers, you know, that's always been, I didn't know nothing. All this stuff that's going on inside there, like I said, and I said it before, I've seen guys, you know, I've seen guys get off the elevator. I've seen guys walk to a hotel room, but guess what? I got the day off. I'm in the hotel pressing the elevator, or I'm walking out the door. I'm not thinking as far as everything she said in her lawsuit, like, yo, he would jerk off and yo, he would want to go suck that big black dick and all. I'm not thinking that far. I'm thinking like, yo, I've been with this nigga all week. I got the weekend off. Yo, they some freaks. I don't know what the fuck they doing back there.
Yeah.
All I know, he could be good. I don't care. Like, I got the day off. I'm going to wherever I got to go in LA, and that's that. So when I heard all these things, I was like, okay, they definitely possible.
Yeah.
You know, sometime I would get a call. You know, yo, were you at the club already? Yo, do me a favor. I got this dude coming over there. Yo, can you make sure he get in? He ain't gonna be in the section though. Can you make sure he get in? And in my mind, I'm saying, he ain't know I seen that dude go in the room earlier because I was outside. You know, but this the same nigga I seen earlier.
So now in hindsight.
So now I'm looking back and I'm saying, oh damn, that shit could make sense.
So how often did that type of shit happen?
We in Miami.
I mean,
You ain't gotta protect them no more.
It ain't about protecting. I mean, this happened like I said, I didn't see nothing, but like seeing different people. Yeah, I've seen that. You know, I was
So if I were to
10
ask
years.
you right now, dead ass.
Yeah.
Right? That, like, we gotta go back to that New York shit, right? Dead ass. You think, looking in hindsight,
Is he gay?
yeah,
God damn.
I think he's bi.
bi is good.
If that's what you call it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say bi.
I'll ask you this though.
What?
If you think a man jerks off to another man, is that gay?
Of course that's gay.
So he can't be bi.
Thank you.
So like,
okay, but listen.
Well, he clearly likes women.
Only women
So what
can
does
be
that make
bisexual.
him if he's fucking a woman though?
I mean,
gay.
that's cool, but he's still jerking off to watching another man.
So isn't that what they call bi nowadays?
Only women can
No,
be
but
bi.
that's what I'm saying.
He's right, he's
I was
right.
just
Oh,
asking you your personal opinion, how you look at another man that's sitting there just like, oh yeah, fuck it, this is great. You know what I mean? Like, come on now. Especially, well, let's put it this way: as men, our most prized possession is our woman.
Right.
You letting somebody else fuck her?
But guess what? Now, and I'm gonna be 100% real with this, right?
Yeah.
Some niggas is freaks.
For sure.
Some niggas is just freaks.
Yeah.
I could take, but guess what?
But he's a gay freak.
As long as it's not my man fucking my woman that I gotta look at every day and see him, a nigga might get in the mood with, nigga, I want to freak off tonight. I'm gonna let a nigga, I like the way she look when she getting fucked. That's gonna turn me on to fuck. But I'm not gonna sit there and jerk off and be a part of all this and all that.
I'm not being
I
any part.
can't,
I'm out
no,
there.
I can, but I can understand. So, and then I gotta, what you gotta think of, man, is this is a powerful
The accent.
motherfucker, man.
The ease and the
You done
accent.
did everything in the world that you could possibly do. You done fucked the top of the line of everything.
90.
You know what I'm saying? What else is there to do? And that's when I look at people like him, and it's a few other people out there in Hollywood that we know accusations
The higher
are about.
ups, the execs, the
say,
millionaires, the
what made them
billionaires.
be like this?
Yeah.
And I say it was because they ran out of things to do.
That's what the consensus seems to be.
Micheal Porter Jr., NBA superstar. Oh, well, I don't know if we consider him a superstar yet. He's Denver Nuggets NBA world champion. He had an interview recently where they asked him about this, the stuff that goes on. He says, "Man, he said, you got to understand that us NBA superstar, we could get whatever we want.
City to city.
Eventually they get bored and they're looking for all sorts of other stuff. So when you hear about these women shitting on the men, literally actually not shitting on them, but shitting on them, you know what I mean? When you hear about these men with the trannies, all the stuff that you're hearing go on, what he's saying is like, they got bored. They're doing all this stuff. They got bored and they're trying to stay fascinated. And I think that's what you hear about. We saw this yesterday. We're listening to Charleston White and him talk about his comedy. That's kind of what happens. And when you think about, I saw this recently on Twitter. Maybe I should start calling it X, right? Because that's what it is now. A gentleman was talking about the effects of pornography, right? Like after you see so much, it's hard to even get stimulated. Right. So like if that's what you're addicted to, you're not satisfied with one woman and doing your normal fuck. You know what I mean?
They were saying as simple as if you have a semi-addiction to porn, it changes the way real sex stimulates you. Yeah. Real sex isn't so exciting.
I can tell you firsthand. I know that because I'm stimulated by porn.
Right.
And when you get in the room, you expect her to do that same shit. Yeah. But guess what?
It ain't.
They expect you to have a long Johnny and all this crazy shit. So it goes both ways. And you don't want her to feel that way. So you don't want to, and we do it.
Goes both ways like Diddy.
As men, we do it by mistake. You know what I'm saying? Oh, goes both ways. Watch this
guy.
I got to throw some punches. You feel me? Yeah.
I think porn affects women worse than men.
For sure.
I don't know.
No, because y'all know, right? How many women, especially now, the shit they be asking for? They want to get slapped, choked, spit on, all type of extra shit.
Some of that is because they think we want it, though.
Nah, but they request that shit. The requests I get now, the shit that people ask
me. The new shit is getting peed on. Everybody's admitting, I love going to showers. Like, before, if a nigga did that shit, a girl be like, what weird. The fuck is he doing?
Now, Young Miami says that she was just saying that. None of that's real.
Yeah, all of a sudden. Bitch.
Nah, I don't believe that.
Yeah, neither do I.
I don't believe it because so many girls got up there and started talking about this shit now. Yeah. About how they want their man to pee on them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That shit don't do nothing for
me. Baby! No, but guess what? It would do something for you when it's a power thing. And it's just a shorty that's so bad that so many dudes want it. And you like, I'm looking sitting here peeing on her ass. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And she love it. And she's sexy. And I'm getting ready to lay down and fuck her too right after that. Right. Don't get in the shower. No. You better not get in that shower. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I'm saying? It's a lot of, the power is like.
Yeah, because porn is kind of like, it's desensitizing, right? Like it's, you're watching that and now the normal interaction is kind of gone. It's like, all right, let me pee on this bitch.
Because guess what?
That's some wild shit.
This ain't a porn. We ain't going for 2 hours. We're going to go for about 15 minutes, 20 minutes, and then we got to figure some different shit to do.
Yeah. Unless you're with Cameron, and Cameron gets you the horsepower, right?
Yeah, shout out to Cameron.
Yeah. Cameron, talk about that pay.
But to get back to the serious matter is, I think all of that we discussed, right, has to do with power. Has to do with manipulation, has to do with narcissism, has to do with everything. Because if you ain't willing to come out and talk about it, and with that, we're gonna get on the apology. And with that apology triggered so many different people. You know what I'm saying? Going back to the DV because these people was able to see through it. And so many different people had asked me about a situation. I don't even know how people found out about this situation, but they had found out about a situation with a chef called Jordan, right? I call her, her name is Jordan Chaton. And she was Diddy personal chef from like 2007, I say, to 2010. And they was like, yo, Bonds, no, you still not telling the truth. You still not telling the truth. And I said, I'm not telling the truth about what? They said, yeah, we heard that he pushed the chef or he hit his chef, this, that, and the other. And I'm gonna be honest with you. Coming in his defense, I said he didn't hit her because I didn't understand DV. You know what I'm saying? I was one of those people that if you push a person, if you shove a person, if you point in their head, if you cursing them out, that's not domestic violence.
That's not a fight. Y'all don't fight.
Exactly. So you know what I'm saying?
It was just, that's part of it. That's not the fight.
That's not, and I'm not a woman to understand how this is damaging to me. So when I think back, and I remember one day specifically, it was after one of the incidents with Cassie. He had put us in work with Cassie, and if you even hit them, they'll tell you I got in between that too. They'll tell you, yeah, Bonds was there. Bonds got in between it. You know what I'm saying? I think it was a assistant that he had named Jenna, and it was Chef Jordan, and I went to Chef Jordan and I confided in her that night. I said, man, Puff up to this bullshit again. You know, da 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 da. I said I had to come.
She's probably seen it.
Yeah, she probably seen it.
So you're talking to somebody that's.
Yeah, and I'm like, yo, I got in between it, and I said, yo, go check on Jen, because Jen was an assistant, so she was like,
close.
She was shook, she was shaking, she was this. So I don't want to get all into her business. So I tell her, hey, she a woman, yo, go talk to her. Well, I don't know why I told her to go talk to her, because when she went to talk to her, she did exactly what I said Cassie does. She went right back to Puff and said, yo, Chef Jordan came to talk to me about what happened last night. So when he starts screaming on Chef Jordan, why the fuck you worrying about my situation? Now he's up in her face. Yo, it's my business, and he poking at her head and all this other shit.
He's like physically.
He's like pushing her head. You know what I'm saying? You know how somebody take your finger and he's talking to you, yo, you better not do this, better not do that. Long story short, he ended up pushing her, and he pushed her out the door that he had a house in Alpine, and he ended up pushing her out the door of Alpine. You know what I'm saying? She fell on her ass and all that other shit. She came talking to me. I wasn't really speaking to her because I was mad that she had told Jenna what it was.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? And he came and screamed at me, yo, Bonds, why you talking about my business and doing this, that, and the other? And at that particular time, I didn't understand that the verbal, like I said, I didn't understand the verbal abuse, because like I said, I seen him scream on it wasn't to me, it was like assistant becomes your girlfriend, and it becomes a person that's with you so much every day, all day. When they fuck up, they still gonna be right there. Yeah. So when I would see him yell at him, I thought that this was a part of what goes on.
The dynamic.
Yeah.
It wasn't until that video came out that one or two of them hit me and said, yo, so much came back up in me. You know what I'm saying? So much. And that's where I start now, and I say, this is another God's calling. When I was put in those middle of those situations to come between, and they come back to me and say, yo, Bonds, I really feel like if you didn't come in between that day, that this would have happened, or this would have happened, or it would have went further than it was. Yeah. And I say, this is what people don't understand that I actually was doing and actually was going through. And I also at that time realized all the pressure. It's a lot of pressure to run a business.
Yeah.
And I'm not making no excuses for what he did. I'm just talking about at this particular time where I was at mentally. I'm saying, yo, I'm watching. I remember times Puff in the stock market crash of 2007 lost his pants during the crash. You know what I'm saying? And to be a young black man at that time and find out you just lost 30, 50, whatever the fuck $1 million, but still Friday have to pay these checks and all these people, and not 1 week ended up missing. So I was one of those people that would make excuses for him. I say, yo, he just upset, or yo, she did some dumb shit, or yo, this, that, and other, not really understanding that mentally you taking so much out of that woman by screaming and yelling.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You take it, and like I said, you know, my wife told me, you take so much out of me. You know, I don't want to do this. I'm walking on toenails in my own house now. And, yeah, exactly. So yeah, I seen that, and now that I understand it, it's not always about the physical. If you put your hands, if I take and I push you, I shouldn't push you enough where you go out the fucking door and you end up on your ass. You know, so we men at the end of the day, it's a way that you could protect yourself if somebody hit you. And these ain't even people that's hitting you. These are people that if you scream, they gonna really go into their shell. And a lot of them mentally never came back from that. And all this video did, and I'm talking about actually people that know them, all they did was bring back those days, bring back those times,
memories,
where we were the ones that were going to the hotels after you did this shit to kind of make sure
makes sense
that person was all right.
So they have like a little bit of PTSD after all that, basically.
Yeah, and that's how we felt like we helped. We felt like we helped by going to check on the person after the situation, going to make sure they was all right, going to the store. At the end of the day, you was our boss. Okay? It's not that easy to walk away. It's not that easy to go against your boss. At the end of the day, you was our boss. If you beat up Cassie and then you asked us to go to the hotel the next day, in our mind, we're saying, at least you care.
Yeah.
Because if you didn't care, you wouldn't make sure that she was all right the next day. Go see if she needs some food. Yo, take her this credit card. She could go shop, and now she's going to end up with all type of Louis Vuitton bag, all type of every month. Because guess what?
Post and
also, so guess what? We think she all right now.
Yeah.
Well, you know what else too, man? I got a couple friends that are in the security industry and world, private and just clubs and here all different levels. And one of the things that they mention is a lot of times when I'm hired as security, private security especially, I'm not there to protect them from other people. I'm there to protect them from themselves. This is like high ticket, high line, VIP. I can't even tell you who I got this week. I'm guarding somebody and they on that island or whatever the case might be. I'm not there to protect them from other people. I'm there to protect them from themselves. I got to make sure he gets home. She gets home. She gets back, or, you know, that the spouse doesn't find out, or I got to make sure that everything stays under wraps, that TMZ stays behind that gate. I got to make sure that, you know, eat something, big dog, because you've been drinking a lot. Like, that's what I'm really doing. So security, y'all take a different type of responsibility that I don't think is really talked about. It's not just I'm packing a pistol and I wear a bulletproof shirt. You know, I got to make sure other things happen, that the valet is there and so much little stuff.
Oh yeah, yo, how we getting in? How we getting out? If a situation, which way we going, to the left or right? You don't want to get into a situation and we run into the front of the club. You know, when the back door was right there and we run into a situation. So it's so many different, and when you deal with a person like Diddy, he think he know everything. It's been times where,
that's tough.
A motherfucker tell you, yo, I told you we need to go this way. Now fuck that, man, nigga, we going this way.
Yeah.
You know who I am. Yeah, and then when we go that way, we get into some shit, or we run into a dead end, and you just sitting there, like,
get me out of here.
Yeah, like I'm driving. Like I hate people who sit on the passenger side and tell you which way to go. I swear to you, B, I used to take that front seat and I used to hit the Cadillac and put the front seat all the way up so that when a person see it, they'll go in the back. This motherfucker stand there and pull the seat back. I be like, God damn. And then he want to look at that. Yo, why you ain't go left? Why you ain't go right? Yo, why you? And a motherfucker make you nervous. Yeah, and it's like, yo, come on, man. What are you doing?
Park there. Wait, slow down. Man,
now let me ask you before we get too far past these assistants, the chef, and what did you say was Jen? Did they stick around?
Well, Jen didn't stick around. Jen left. Jen said that she was so allegedly, she was so messed up that she really didn't even deal with the industry.
So she's traumatized.
Yeah. And the chef, the last time I spoke to her, she was seeking help. She was going to see psychiatrists, but she could no longer afford psychiatrists. And from what they was telling me was that...
And this is the one that he
that he shoved.
And he shoved her. He put his hand.
He
in her
shoved
face.
her and put his hand in her forehead. That she's
But
going
she stuck
through.
around for a while.
Yeah, I would say no. At that time, she left.
Okay.
At that time, she left. You know, I don't really want to tell her story because she, you know, her name is Chef Jordan Chaton. You know what I'm saying? She's, you know, she's available, I guess. You know what I'm saying? She hasn't really said nothing, but I know that her close people reached out to me and said, "You need to talk to her, Barnes. She going through something." I was like, what's she going through? And they was like, yo, ever since she seen the Cassie video, she feels like this. But she remembers that you did jump in between them one day, and she told us.
But she probably can't speak on it herself. Is that a thing?
I don't know. If anything, she probably has she probably can't speak on it herself.
Because I feel like it seems like that's the narrative that's been going around about a lot of the people that are involved with the Diddy situations is saying a lot of NDAs, and there's one reason you're not hearing their names, because you got everybody that's coming out, right? Right. You got them coming out like Diddy hasn't, and you got
yeah. Well, for you know what else?
No Diddy.
For her, if she's still working, not only could there be an NDA, but it's just not in her best professional interest. Because you coming into these people's homes and cooking for their families, and you might be there for breakfast,
and we don't know who
dinner.
else got these same problems.
Correct.
Yeah.
So she might has worked for other people, or could potentially work for other people in the future.
Could be working for somebody right
But they're gonna be like, I don't want her in my home. She was on TMZ.
And their fear for Diddy.
So for her professional courtesy and, you know, the things that might have happened in the past, things she might have witnessed and have been a victim of, you don't want to go through that. You don't want to bring that shit up. You want to kind of just let it be.
But yeah, also to your point, man, it's like we don't really think about, like, if a dude yells at us, right, and gets in our face, we basically gonna look at it like a dude wants to fight us. Right. But for a woman, if a dude gets in her face and yells at her, she thinking that nigga want to kill her.
Right.
And them feelings never leave them. You know what I'm saying? They felt like they had a near-death experience. So I can understand what you're saying, like, oh, they watched the video, it triggers them, they think about all the stuff they had to go through, so it's going to affect them totally different.
And you're looking at his size. You're looking at his size, and you're looking at the fact that if he hits me, it's going to hurt. You know what I'm saying? And some of these people have brothers, some of these people have fathers. I remember it was another chef that he screamed on so bad, and she cried a little bit, and then she said, Bonds, I'm calling my father. And I went outside with her. She said, no, because ain't no motherfucking man gonna be talking to me like that, and da-da-da-da-da. And he made her cry and everything. And I talked her out of talking, because if you call your father now, I gotta get involved in it.
Yeah,
because you know what I'm saying? You call your father, I can't let him come up here and do nothing and do this, that, and other. So
because your job ultimately is
to protect him.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And at that particular time, he never put his hands on this one. He just yelled at her to the point where he made her cry. And like I said, he liked to make a woman cry. That's like, okay, I made it. You know, I seen him make Amanda. Amanda was his house manager in Miami, and I seen him.
What's a house manager?
A house manager is somebody, when you have multiple houses, you need somebody to manage them. You need to make sure that the workers, the groundkeepers, the servants, everybody is there on time because they're getting paid every week. That if you call and say, yo, look, I got some friends that's going to come to the house this weekend. I want to make sure the whole house is cleaned up. They're going to get over there, make sure all the rooms is for, I'm coming up there. We're going to stay there for 2 weeks. So you know that they got to get the workers to be there for 2 weeks, do everything else like that. And they mess up a lot of times in different ways. I remember one time, sometimes it's a lot of food left over. And I remember one time, and a lot of the workers are Mexican, you know what I'm saying? Especially in Miami. Yeah. So they're
not Mexican in Miami. They got the Cubans.
No, it's Mexicans in Miami.
No. Not only Mexicans. I'm going to hold to that. They got the Cubans, and then they got a lot of Brazilian.
Yeah, Brazilian.
A lot of Brazilian, especially in the cleaning business.
I'm just helping you out because
no,
you're going to get some of them that get mad.
It's not in the bad way.
Think about you call me Mexican motherfucker.
Yeah, and I meant to say Brazilian and stuff. And beautiful and everything else like that. And then sometimes she would just let them eat the food because rather than throw it away,
Yeah,
she'd be like, come in the house and eat. You know, you out there. And one time Puff seen that shit and went fucking crazy, right? Now, I thought he shook Amanda. So Amanda, I think, was Brazilian. But he shook her so hard. She was crying. She was this. She quit and everything else like that. She ended up coming back. Eventually they do. And now I know that's a part of the sickness also, is that when that person that you look up to and you honor so much, you know what I'm saying? Because we got to deal with reality. Yo, I've heard grown men say in the liquor business, I'm working for Diddy. And these are men making $500, $600, $700,000 a year. It's just that they grew up worshiping Diddy, Biggie Smalls, and this. Yo, I can't believe it. I told my kids I work for Diddy, and they like, you know what I'm saying? So imagine how someone of that stature says, I work for Diddy. You want everything that he say to be real. So when he call you back and say, I'm sorry, I really need you here. I can't run this house without you. She end up coming back. Easily. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. Oh, hey.
Yeah.
Things happen.
Yeah.
It's cool. Let's just move forward. And you get
those things that happen. So it's like when I looked at the apology, it was like, why did you make it when you know it's so many people that's going to be affected by this apology? You know what I'm saying? So many people that's going to look at it, so many people. We're not even just talking about Cassie no
So
more.
you think he should have just shut his mouth?
I think he should have shut his mouth, or it should have been done correctly. Honestly speaking, I always said this, and I said this the last time I was here, he needed to humble himself. But most of all, your best way to show people that you realize you're wrong is to get help, and for people to see you getting help. So when you get up there and say, I've been seeking help and I've seen this out. Where's the person at? We at this point, we need to see you on CNN and everything else saying goodbye to everybody because you're going into a 6-month program. You know what I'm saying? Because one thing we know about people is they will forgive you. Same way if you a drug addict, they will forgive you
like
if you getting help. Right. Yeah. So don't you parading around and still hanging out with your homeboys and then get up here and say you sorry and you was in the darkest point of your life in 2016 when it's a known fact that this is dating back to 1996, 97, 2000. So you couldn't have been in your lowest all of these years, all of this time. This so think about what you're saying. Because what you're saying is affecting and bringing back a lot of emotions in a lot of different people. And that was one of the main things that made me say, I'm not going to turn around, go back in my corner, because it was so many people reaching out to me. And I was like, yo, it made me start reading up on everything so that when I give you advice and I do talk to you, I know what I'm talking about.
And it's real.
And it's real.
Yeah, man, they put that burden on you, man.
Now, academics said there was 3 ways, right? He's and I know that academics said some things about you that you're upset about.
And I don't know this dude from a hole in the wall. Yeah. But what I will say before you get finished is these podcasts done open so many different motherfucking doors just for anybody to say anything. Yeah. That in those days when they felt like you would ride up or you could be seen at any place, they would not say it.
Yeah. Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like academics, I'm like academics. And then I look and I see, yo, who's academics? And I'm looking at it, yo, he looked like, and I'm not getting down on him. You know, that might be the style of today, but it looked like one of the dudes that you lived in the project, but he always went to the baseball field.
Yes,
and he was like, oh, he going to the baseball field. You know, okay, cool. So when I hear this, but evidently he's somebody of some stature with the podcast and everything else.
You're still right, but he does have a big podcast. And
yeah. He's got a hell of a platform.
He's good.
I was like, how does he feel like? And I heard he broke down every little thing, this, that, and the other.
Which I gotta say, he's good at. Like the dude's,
he's on it.
Dude's A1. You know what I mean? He could break it down. Like I'll be watching them shit sometimes, and I'd be like, oh, I get it.
But he was one of them that said, yo, Diddy must have not brought him the bag. yo, Diddy, you need to bring him the bag. And it wasn't about the bag. It wasn't about the bag. It was just about.
And he was breaking down our interview with you, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, what was he breaking in? Well, come on, you tell me about it.
Somebody sent me the.
Okay.
Again, we've been doing so many goddamn shows. A lot of these shows ain't even aired yet.
Okay.
Like facts. Like we got so many fucking shows that haven't even aired yet. You know, so we've been working. So I heard that, you know, people have sent me links. My man right here, my man V, is one of the people that told me about it, right? I'm not say, I think you're the one that brought it up. Yeah, so like I know these shits are going on, but I haven't yet gotten the time to sit down and.
So what do you know that he said? Because you were saying it was 3 things that he broke down.
Okay, so I know that he broke down 3. He said there's 3 ways
he can get out.
He could get out of it. One of them is if Diddy were to come out as gay or bi.
Okay.
Because they get away with murder.
Or if he comes out and says he identifies as a woman, because he would also
murder.
Right. And I want you to keep these in mind. So there's that way. He could get away with it by saying he was touched as a child.
Okay.
Right? And the other is that he has mental health issues and he's seeking therapy. Do you think there's any truth that if he were to really approach it this way, that the world would let him walk?
No, I don't think so. Only because if he was, let's say, bisexual,
gay.
If he was gay, okay. Yeah. That's something that I understand. See, when Diddy got into the game, you had the NWAs, you had the Suge Knights, you had the Tupacs. It wasn't okay to say that.
In any
you know
way.
what I'm saying? In any type of way. And I think that's where he fucked a lot of things up, because he was so eminent about protecting that image that it could have destroyed him at the same time. So it's too late for him to come out with it now, even though everybody's saying, you know what I'm saying? Okay, but none of these things that you said would cover him beating on women, beating on Cassie. None of those things would cover that. So how could any of those things get him out of trouble if none of those things cover that specific thing? I want to know what y'all think about that.
It's a good point. I think there's so much trouble that he's got to face the clock on 1 or 2 or 3 out of the 7, 8, 9, 10. You got to some of it you got to own. People ain't going to just wave and pretend like none of this shit happened, because another thing that people talk about, and I see this in the comments all the time, everybody's like, we knew the freak offs. We knew this and that and the extravagant lifestyle.
Which nothing is wrong with.
Which nothing is wrong with. You know, you earn.
You're a freak.
This is America, okay?
Yeah.
Let's just leave it at that. But the part that fucked everybody up was the gay allegations.
Now, if
he blew up somebody's car. Oh, he put a hit on somebody, allegedly, all this. Oh, he put a hit on somebody. He did this, he did that, he did that. And everybody was like, yeah, we kind of knew that. We already accepted that. He's gay. The diddler. Oh, it was like, that's the part that fucked everybody up.
Some people. But it's like what you said. Some people would be like, yo, we been knew that.
Yeah.
Some would be like, yo, we been knew that. What else is new? So it's going back to what we said. So everything, okay, blowing up the car, the violence. These things are accepted with gangster rap and coming up with the Tupac beef, the Suge beef, the this, that, and other. But the one thing that's not accepted on any level is domestic violence. So all of those things that you just said, okay, we come out with gay. Guess what? For about 6 months, people going to talk about it. And then they're going to be like, yo, we been knew that. Okay, at least now he can fuck with both kinds, blah, blah, blah. But nobody's going to never accept that video.
That video, man. I'm going to be honest. Even when I saw it, I must be desensitized to it too, because the video didn't really strike me as... Obviously, it's bad. Obviously, the character and the whole behavior and the way he handled all of that is bad. It looks bad. You out there in the lobby in your towel, and it's bad. It's not good. We don't hit women. It's just okay.
And then people go back to the way where he showed her covering up with the cover and going under the table.
And talk to her while he did it. Yeah.
And now, what was
Were
that
you there
about?
that day?
No,
Okay,
no. Of course, it was just them. of course, by themselves again.
He's recording her, right?
Right. He was on vacation and they was somewhere. He was like, yo, it's nice outside. Let's go out on the beach. And he showed the beach, but she was underneath the cover. So now the question comes, Kato, why was she under the cover? People thought they was in there having fun. They was high. They was bugging out. But is that what it was?
Nah, it's definitely because her face was fucked up, obviously. So let me ask you a question. Like, so what do you think is more damaging, right? The Diddy video of him beating Cassie or the picture of Rihanna's face after she got beat by Chris Brown? Because Chris Brown never fully recovered from that shit. And I don't think Diddy gonna ever, to your point, gonna ever fully recover from this. Because that video is damning upon damning upon damning. Like it's
I
bad.
think the Diddy video was worse because we seen the outcome of Rihanna's face, but we didn't see what happened to Rihanna to get her face like that. We seen what happened to Cassie, and then
we don't know what happened in that room, though. All right, like
no, we don't.
It is pretty alarming because she was running off with. It looks like she could have been possibly running off with some of his belongings because he definitely went for the bag, and that bag was coming back with him. Like
that just looked like you ain't going nowhere. Give me your phone, give me your purse. I'm manipulating the situation.
We all got a different view of what we saw, right? What I saw is you're leaving with something that's a prized possession, and he made sure he was getting that bag back. You know what I mean?
I looked at it like,
you know better
she
than
was
her.
trying to get out of there.
Yeah.
I'm taking
and
your
she
wallet,
happened to have her bag.
your
You not
phone.
leaving with none of this
Word.
shit. Right.
How you gonna call the Uber? All right. That's how that shit goes.
That
Like,
was her little J-Lo enough bag that J-Lo packed when she ran away.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
shit.
you know, it's
Were you around in that time?
What?
Was that in your tenure?
J-Lo
The
told me.
The situation with Cassie, the video.
No, that video was in 2016.
Okay,
I wasn't
so you were
there.
already done for 40 years.
So that's what I'm trying to tell you. So if I'm telling you about an incident in 2012, and then she's telling you about an incident in 2009 that I got in between.
Yeah.
So how could you get on a video with something in 2016 and say I was in a dark point of my life at this time when it's accusations going for so many years, when people know you wasn't in the dark time all these years? So that's why I say your PR person or you not thinking it. But then again, when I look at all the traits of a person who feel like they so powerful, I can tell these people anything and they gonna roll with me sooner or later. Because honestly, that's what we've showed in the past. If he got on there and said, yo, drink this is it's black excellence.
Yeah.
We as people look for a superhero, right? Look for somebody successful. But the only time they come back to us and say these things is when they need something from us. But then they get back in front of your face and tell the same people that help them become what they become. Yo, y'all niggas is broke. Y'all niggas don't got no cars like this. Y'all niggas don't got no this, that, and the other. So it's like a gift and a curse. But you become so powerful that you think no matter what you say, it's going to be taken for. And I think that video, I think more people were saying that's the one time that we saw it.
Yeah.
What about all the other times?
Right.
You admitting this one time, and then a lot of people that I see is saying, yo, you had people thinking that this girl was lying and these people was lying this whole time until the video came out. So it's like when you were a kid, the only reason you saying sorry is because you got caught.
Not because,
Now, a lot of people are questioning, right? Like they're questioning Cassie. Is there a possibility that Cassie signed up for this life? Was she also abusive? Was she were they in a toxic relationship? Because it is happening and it's unfortunate, but also reasonable, right? There's stories of, I believe, Kayla Booth, a friend of Kim Porter's. I'm not sure if you're familiar with her.
I know who she is.
Okay,
but
now
I don't really know her.
she wrote that she has witnessed Cassie laughing at Diddy abusing Kim Porter. Okay.
I wouldn't know nothing about that. Like I've never seen Cassie just laugh about Kim Porter. I've never seen Puff laughing about shit like that. I've seen them in the same room together or the same party together.
So is it safe to say that Puff was in an intimate relationship with Cassie while still with Kim Porter and you understood it and you knew that was going on?
Oh yeah, I definitely understood it and knew. Well, but one thing Puff would tell you is I'm not married. You know what I'm saying? And
But he wasn't married to Kim, was
nah,
he? No,
by
he wasn't.
him not being married, I have to take his side on that.
Yeah.
You're not married. I don't owe. If I'm strong enough to tell you I'm going to fuck with whoever I want to fuck with, and when you close to $1 billion and you this, that, other nonsense, people bend toward the way you want them to
You don't
bend.
want to walk away from
You
something.
know what I'm saying? And that's one thing that I can say. He never lied. He kept it a secret. I remember the day that Kim Porter found out about Cassie, right? And I want to blame myself a little bit about it because I was on duty. It was my watch.
Wow.
And I want to say I was in Central Park. And I used to be mad as a motherfucker. I ain't gonna lie. Because I'm one person. But I got Diddy and Cassie in Central Park. And at this time, it wasn't like it is now. Wasn't no motherfucking cameras allowed. If that person got a picture, yo, go get that fucking camera, yo. Yeah. It was that type of thing. Like, I've got friends that work with me on security that have got locked up because we had to go get motherfucking camera. Strong. And they go call the police, and guess what? My man gonna get locked the fuck up because you ain't got no reason for taking that person's camera and doing whatever. So that's the era of security that I come from.
Yeah.
So it was one day that we was in Central Park and this motherfucker decides that either he want to put his hand in the back of Cassie's pocket or Cassie want to put her hand in the back of his pocket, and somebody got the picture. And he was like, yo, boss. And I'm like, oh, man. And I couldn't get the camera.
Now I got to go hunt.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh, man.
Somehow, some way, Kim seen that fucking picture of, I think it might have been in the newspaper the next day or something like that. And Kim packed up everything. She packed up everything and left the Alpine house. She packed up the twins. She packed up everything. Nobody knew where the fuck she was at. When I tell you the whole house was empty in a matter of hours, the whole fucking house was empty. And that was when she found out about Cassie. And for a long time, you know, he did the regular thing that we would do. You know, we deny it. We deny it, you know, even though it's all over this, yo, that's my artist, that's my this. We not doing that. And then it came to a time where she understood it. I would never say she accepted it on a friendly basis, but she dealt with it.
Right. What else? I mean,
you know, like, you know, I'm dealing with him and I dealt with this. And like I said, we were staying in Beverly Hills. She was staying 15 minutes over the hill in Toluca Lake.
Is that the pic?
That's the pic right there. That's the exact picture right there.
You see that?
That's the pic right there. And I'm right behind them. And the person is on this side of me,
Orlando,
and taking a picture.
The pic, the camera. So that's the pic right there. They're in Central Park. And
we in Central Park. That's the first day that she found out that they was messing around.
Damn.
And I felt like a piece of shit because I couldn't stop the camera, but I can't stop all the cameras.
Yeah, so now, so basically, like, how the hell do you stop it? You know, like it's
you know, I know we was literally running up on people. Yo, give me that fucking camera.
but how the hell do you stop so many people that, you see Diddy? It isn't even like they were trying to, there's a possibility that they weren't even trying to catch Diddy doing anything wrong. They're trying to capture a picture to say, yo, I saw Diddy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You know,
but when you show that picture, you don't know who it's affecting. And it affected Kim. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
And that was when she first found out. You know what I'm saying?
So you don't think there's a possibility that Cassie, you know, because it seems like Kayla firmly believes that, and others, many others, we had a recent conversation with Orlando Brown and Charleston White where they mentioned the clip in a clip that has now gone viral, where they mentioned that they believe that Cassie signed up for this life and she was that type of person, and she knew that this abuse was going on with Kim, but she didn't care. She signed up to be pimped out. And, you know, it is a narrative that does exist, unfortunately. Do you believe there's a possibility that Cassie knew what she was signing up for when she got involved with Diddy?
No, she definitely didn't know. We talking about a 19-year-old kid. We talking about a 19-year-old kid. We're not talking about Cassie comes from a very good family. Her father's in her life, her mother's in her life, her brother's in her life. We're not talking about a dysfunctional family where shit is fucked up. We talking about a kid that come from a good family. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So at 19, and then we talking about a kid who had a boyfriend with Ryan Leslie. You know, Ryan Leslie was her boyfriend. When you look at a Diddy and you look at a Ryan Leslie, we looking at somebody who worshiped the ground that she walked on.
I see.
You understand? Ryan Leslie, and I love Ryan Leslie, but
he's dope, but yeah.
Let's be honest. Any success that she had and the success that he had came from their relationship. He did that whole first album with Me and You on it.
Hers? Okay.
And that's what blew him up. If you go back to Ryan Leslie.
Because I know he's done a lot of stuff since then. So
no, he's done a lot of stuff since then. But we talking about Ryan Leslie, the artist, not Ryan Leslie, the producer.
Okay, I see.
He's a hell of a producer, but as an artist, his first album is what made us know him.
Yeah.
His second album is what made us know him. After that, his second album was every fucking record you could look on right now and you could say this was Cassie. Every record, he was so in love that every record he made was about Cassie. I remember when that album came out.
That album was fire. I'm a Ryan Leslie fan.
Fire, yo.
Yeah, I'm a Ryan Leslie fan.
And we listened to it and we talked about it. Me, him, her, we all talked about it like, yo, there was the whisper around the office, yo, this nigga just made a whole album about Cassie. I think my Forever Girl and my this and that. It was fucking bananas.
Yeah.
But after that, you knew Ryan Leslie, but him as a singer, he never got that fame again. Look at Cassie only had one album. She had some singles, but she never had that album. Yeah. And people say, yo, she can't sing, she couldn't do this. Ryan Leslie was in love with her so much, it's like that's his personal project. I'm gonna make sure my girl is successful.
Yeah.
Right.
And because of the love he had for her, it went into the music that he made. And that's why she think about it. She was with Diddy for 10 years. What happened to the second album?
Right.
And that's what I think when I listen to what you say about Orlando Brown and them, right? I take away the jokes, I take away the playing and everything else like that. I take away what they're gonna say to get views and stuff like that. And I say, honestly, Cassie didn't sign up for it, first of all. I would feel, and I can't say I'm 100% right, I myself never seen Cassie laugh at Kim Porter about anything. You know what I'm saying? About abuse. I don't even think he would stoop that low to abuse himself in front of Cassie. But then again, like I said, I don't know. I seen and read the thing where it said something about Diddy made Cassie lick Kim Porter, or made Kim Porter lick Cassie tampon, whatever.
No way.
If I had to say it, I would say, Kim Porter, you never did that. You know what I'm saying? If I really had to say it, Kim was, you had to know Kim and know that whatever Kim went through, she allowed herself to go through it. Not saying she was scared or nothing, but she was just a strong person. And those kids meant everything to her. And as long as he could bring, because she could have went to court any day and got $30,000 a kid. She had 4 of them. That's $120,000 a month. And she knew that power. But what meant more to her was family vacations, which one thing about Diddy, you knew every Christmas, Cassie knew she had a trip coming. She had a trip coming to wherever the fuck she wanted to go for Valentine's Day and for Christmas. He don't care if it was Maui, because he knew he was spending his time with the family and Kim. So where do Cassie want to go? She want to go to Fuji, Fuji, whatever, because these were reserved for Kim. Now, whether he loved Kim more than Cassie, me and Diddy had a conversation one day, right? And the conversation went like this. He said, yo, Bonds, he said, this was exact words. He said, fuck that, man. You've been around me long enough, man. You've been with me for years, man. He said, yo, I don't know what to do, man. said, what you mean you don't know what to do? He said, I don't know what to do, man. I got Shorty putting pressure on me. You know, she want to get married and da-da-da. And I got Kim in. And, you know, I said, man, you know, I like Shorty. Shorty cool and everything. I said, but I got to roll with Kim. I said, only because Kim got the kids. I said, but at the end of the day, you got to do what make you happy.
Smart.
You know what I'm saying? But I said because of the kids. And I could say one thing. Yo, they both was wild, man. And like I truly think when people ask me, do I think he has something to do with her death? I don't want to believe that.
But
you
you're
know what I'm
starting.
saying?
It seems like you're starting because I know that the last time I asked you that, it was no.
Right.
Now it seems like things might be like, is it a possibility?
Only because even I didn't know the extent of power that this man had. I know he was powerful, but when you look at so many things, and now that I sit back and think, because even I got to the point where like, yo, this is Diddy, this is my man, this is, you know, he shits and everything like that, man. Yo, what the fuck? Like, it becomes a regular thing, you know what I mean? Like,
you're not looking at it like, oh, he was just on HBO special, or he just did that such and such award. Just like, no, we're all here. This is it. This is how it goes.
And this is it. And so I'm not thinking. So when I think back, what lengths would you go to protect that image from somebody that knows who you really are? And then I say to myself, it was times, man, where we would take private jets, and as soon as we landed in Atlanta, he'd be like, yo, I'm good, B, I don't need you. He said, Kim coming to get me. And I'd be like, all right. And as soon as we land, I see that Bentley outside and Kim is coming to get him. I don't know where he going. And I get a call 15 minutes later. God be my witness. Yo, your man just came in here. And I'd be like, yo, where you at? Oh, yo, Puff just came in here with Kim. Yo, where you at? What you call them fucking clubs, yo? Where they having sex in front of each other and all that?
The swinger club.
Swinger club, yeah. They be like, yo, I'm in the swinger club, yo. They just came in. Oh, man. And I be like, word. And I say to myself, well, word. They be like, yeah, they just came in.
That's why he want me.
And in my mind, I'm saying, oh, shit. But guess what? I also know he's human and he want time with himself. I used to bug out, like, how does a person not want, like, people used to call me, let's say, for instance, people used to call me in New York. Yo, Barnes, where you at? Where you at? I'd be like, yo, I'm home. What the fuck is you calling me for? It'd be somebody from the office. Because Puff just went out. He's on his way downstairs by himself. Guess what? If Puff was going somewhere that he wanted me to go with him, he would have been like, yo, Barnes, I'm going out in 30 minutes. Yo, make sure you're downstairs. Or he would have said call time is going to be like every night we went in, we would say what time the call time. Yo, look at the schedule. What time is the first meeting? First meeting is at 10 a.m. All right, call time is 9:30. You know, so if he don't give a call time, that means he want to be human. He want to throw on his hoodie.
You know,
he want to throw on his hat.
Cues, like, okay,
yeah, he want to go outside and be like, yo, he walking up Central Park. Yo, he want to walk around Central Park by himself. Guess what? If I'm behind him, that's what's bringing attention. A lot of times, if he throw on his hoodie and his hat, he could just slide right on by.
A lot of celebrities do that.
Exactly. So
I see that at festivals. I see them. Times Square,
exactly.
Hoodie and headphones, bicycle, like, you know,
just out. You know what I'm saying? So I say, you know, it comes a time where a person just want to be human, man, and I give that to a person.
Yeah. And so now, like with all that, like with the Kim Porter situation, there's a lot of people that have supposedly been around that they feel like is the possibility of he could have taken out Al B. Sure, he could have taken out Heavy D. The people that were the originators of this whole, I believe, in Uptown and everything they had going on up there. Now, do you, like, because I'm sure at first you hear that and you're like, it's no way, it's bullshit. But now it's like probably, I mean,
yo, you know what?
I'm
not a view rider. I'm not a dick rider.
Yeah,
I'm going to tell my feeling on what I
and that's
feel.
what I'm looking for.
And from the personal person that I know, when the lights is out and the lights is down, from having conversations with Heavy D, he was my man. You know, I took a lot of parenting from Heavy D, because if you know Heavy D,
Parenting advice?
he was that type of person.
Yeah.
You know, he got a beautiful daughter, but he used to tell me how to discipline my child. Because even though, like I said, we talked about the money I was making, $77,000 is a lot of money when your baby mother's is working and you living in apartment that you paying $1,000 a month. Plus, I got all my side hustles and everything else.
Yeah.
So 77
And that's a
becomes like
different era.
150, something like that. So my children is not wanting for nothing, right? So I'm dealing with a spoiled daughter. So Heavy D is parenting me like, yo, listen, put that computer on top of the dresser, Bonds. And he's telling my daughter this at the same time. Put that computer on top of the dresser. She don't get to touch that computer until she do such and such and such, such and such and such. And now for another man to tell him how to raise his child and you respect what he's telling you, that tells you what type of person he was. You know what I'm saying? And he was the only person that I've seen actually go to Puff, tell his daughter, yo, go get $100 from your uncle. He better not give you nothing less than $100. Puff had a certain respect for Heavy D.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? He had a certain love for Heavy D. Heavy D did he was acting, so he did some stand-up plays.
That's right.
Also. And Puff would be like, yo, come on, where we going? And we'll end up on a little fucking play that might have 100 people in there. But because Heavy D is in it, we gonna be there. So when people say that he has something to do with Heavy D, I myself, from my experience, I don't know what they experienced and what they think, or if they just looking to say something bad about him. I feel like he loved Heavy D to death. When it come to Kim, I hear everything, and I know you hear me slight, but I want to believe that he had nothing to do with it because of the love that it's a such thing as love and hate relationships.
Yeah.
So we could talk about all the violence, we could talk about all that, but if you ask me, did he love Kim, I'm gonna say 100% yes. Now, when you ask me if she had a tell-all book, if she had to tell this, from my knowledge, I never knew her to have none of that. From my knowledge, she had books that she was writing for kids, because the one thing she did say is that she never wanted her kids to depend on Diddy. She compared herself to Kamora Lee Simmons and Russell Simmons and said, I want my kids to have their own brand. So as far as I know, she was writing books about that.
Kamora wasn't playing.
Nothing about, a tell-all book, because if you got a tell-all book, you got to tell what you did too. And I don't think Kim wanted to get all into the person. I can't just tell you used to beat up on me, and I can't tell you about the freak offs, and I can't tell you about the swingers clubs, and I can't tell you about things that I initiated and agree with, and you got to remember, I could tell you that. Yeah. But I think with them two little girls that she never would have revealed that. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Because that's the one thing I worry about now. Out of all this that we talk about, all this that's going on, people get on there and say this, that, and the other. But you got to think about two 17-year-old girls whose mother is no longer here. They got to hear that maybe their father had something to do with their mother dying. Now, they might have seen arguments, they might have seen fights, they might have seen all that, but they never once thought my dad killed my mother. But these are 17-year-old kids who's reading this every day, and sooner or later, the doubt might come, did he have something to do?
As they get older, too.
Wow.
Then they see Cassie, and they say, damn, I remember mom used to go, maybe they was at the age where they really didn't even know what fighting was until they seen that video and say, oh, I remember
that day.
Yeah, imagine the trauma that they're dealing with now.
Right.
Which has to be, of all that everyone has gone through, the Cassie, Kim Porter, everyone, the kids are the one that probably impact me the most. Even talking to you right now and you bringing that up, it's like, me having young kids. Like, we don't know what they're witnessing, what they know. We don't know.
That's right.
You know what I mean? We kind of have an idea, like, okay, from 1 to 5, they really don't know shit. We got that kind of mentality as parents. Right. From 5 to 10, they're starting to figure it out, maybe be a little bit more careful, but they don't really know shit.
Right.
You know what I mean? 10 to 15, they're ignorant. They don't really know, but they get it, so we got to be careful. And so
And we living in a world of social media.
Exactly.
Now. We didn't have that.
So everything now is
Front.
Yeah, it's highlighted. One of Diddy's sons, I forget off the top, but has a potential case against him that they're saying that there was some Christian, right? Yeah. That there was some sexual assault or whatever, right? Do you believe that this is something that could possibly be hereditary or learned behavior because of the trauma?
When I look at his case, right, and this is coming from somebody who used to be on those yachts, somebody who was on those trips for weeks and stayed in the best places. And on these yachts, these people actually live on the yacht, right? You know, it might like be staff. It's 12 people, let's say 12 people. 6 people be sleep all day doing whatever they got to do. You don't see them. Then nighttime, 6 switch out. And you have men and you have women. Yeah, the women are on, remember, these women go from trip to trip, 2 weeks, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. These women are around a lot of famous men, a lot of famous people, and it's a lot of fucking going on. Period, point blank.
Yacht, baby.
You know, so in his situation where he invited her up, told her, come on, have a drink, and, you know, she's allegedly saying this, that, and the other, I can see it, right? But we got to go back to what we said about power. And we got to go back to a kid who most women don't say no to. She's staff, she's working on a ship.
We out of town.
But what we can't deny is no means no.
Yeah.
That's the one thing we can't deny. So if he got himself in that trouble, because we gotta, and let me point out, most of these women be of Brazilian, Scottish, they be foreigners.
Yeah.
Okay, they didn't come up with the aggressiveness that us Americans have. So they can take some things, we're like, yo, here, take this drink. We might tell a woman 5 times to take a drink where the country they come from, they might tell a woman 1 time, and if she say no, leave it alone. But because I'm powerful and I'm Kristen Combs, I say, here, take the drink. Yo, baby, come here. You know, I'm going to touch your leg. I'm going to touch your thigh. I'm going to touch your ass.
To us, it's like, I was just playing. She wasn't even the one.
Right.
But to her, and for where she's from in their culture, that was violation off the get.
Off the get. And what are you still pursuing me for when I said no?
Yeah, he's like,
you know, so I'm not going to say like, yes and I'm not going to say no. Right.
Take that.
Take that. Exactly. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Now, she turns around and feels threatened. We going back to DV now because we don't know what these people been through.
That's why you would use I mean, a lot of the ways where I hear the word hereditary, a lot of the times I hear that, I think of, is it hereditary or learned behavior? Right? Like, we eat like shit, you know, and then you got the bloodline is full of diabetes, right? Mm-hmm. Is it hereditary or is it learned behavior? Because as a kid, these kids, you know, my kids might be eating like shit because I eat like shit.
Right.
And their kids might be eating like shit because they eat like shit. So it's just right down the line.
Your son
right?
is going to treat a woman the way they see you treat them.
Yeah.
That much I'll say is true. Damn. So if you, come on, what's his name?
It puts him
on
at a
Instagram,
disadvantage.
King Combs.
Yeah.
So he's telling you already, I'm a king. My father brought me up as a king. My father brought me up that no woman is supposed to tell me no. I got everything that a child could possibly want. So why is she telling me no? I have to conquer her. So if it went in that type of way, he's definitely wrong. Did he know it would probably end up where it's at now? He probably didn't think so. You know what I'm saying? Because like I said, it's a lot of shit going on in them ships. You know what I'm saying?
Of course.
And we don't know if she gave somebody else some ass and he was just taking his shot. Yeah. We don't know that these are the things that go on these ships.
definitely go on.
Right. So you know what I'm
saying? Lying bullshit all they want or come up with their own conspiracy theory of what went on, but man.
Well,
right.
I can't tell you how many times I've known women that go to one of these events where I'm just like, nah, I'm straight. Because I already know what time it is.
You already know.
I mean, I've been there. I know what time it is. I know you've been through, like, you know how, come on, now we're in Miami right now. It's the Mecca.
But also what he's saying too, though, and this is very common in that high line lifestyle, luxury lifestyle. If you're talking about chartered jets, yachts, hotel lobby attendants, personal nurses and babysitters, where it's hired staff that are on the premises.
That's what they're there to do.
I
know students on private jets. That's what they do. How did they get that job? Because they know they're gonna fuck them rich men when they get on that jet.
Yeah.
And if you're not gonna pay to play, I don't want you on my jet. It's dudes that own the jet that's gonna actually hire you because you bad, you fine, and they know these niggas gonna want to fuck you, but they gonna keep renting that jet.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So sometimes you pick the wrong person.
Now there's an app that came out. The app is Fly Me Out or whatever.
No more free promo.
Right? No, I mean, but there's an app, right? They could chop us out. It ain't out yet. You know what I mean? But there's an app that's out that's Fly Me Out, and like men and women have the opportunity to reach out to get flown out to destinations they want. So they just really applying. So they're just applying like, I want to fly out here. And a man or a woman has the opportunity to be like, hey, I'll do it for you.
I'm here.
You know what I mean? Like I'll take care of you. I'll fly you out.
And it's gonna blow.
Oh yeah. And they're gonna blow too.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then
So you gotta pick. You know what I'm saying? Like we've been on trips where, the staff was with it, and some of the staff don't be with it, and then the staff that don't be with it, when the owner comes back, they tell her, oh, you should have seen she just fucked everybody who was renting the house. And they get fired. You know what I'm saying? It's just so many different things.
The problem is that now there's a word for that, and it's called human trafficking.
Not quite.
That's what it is.
It is human trafficking.
Yes.
It used to be called
legal terminology. What he's saying, it's actually it now.
But not all the time. What he's talking about is if you go
all the time.
All the time.
But hear me out.
That's the word. That's the word for it.
All right, let me know what y'all done.
Yeah, no. But I do want to get in front of you with this one because it's actually the way that is now. What would I say? Like, what's the word? Like, it's filed as, right?
The legal precedent.
The legal precedent is if you fly somebody out for sex, it is now called sex trafficking. That is what is occurring right now with Diddy's case and many others. So, like, I understand what you're saying. It's not the case. I'm just trying to protect you here to let you know that is the big thing in the country right now, that if you fly someone out for sex, it's human trafficking. Sex trafficking.
Okay, but how do you fly someone out for sex? How do you fly someone out?
You're having a conversation with somebody through text message or through meeting them online, and you fly them out for the intention of sexual intercourse.
Okay, I'm not going to sit there and tell you my intention. My intention was to fly them out to have a good time.
But there are people that do say the intention. There's definitely somebody. Most of the people are saying like, what's gonna occur? We link up. So I can't wait to fuck you and da da da.
So right, but
now it's becoming a thing.
That's absolutely a thing. Even if you don't give them compensation, just the fact that you paid for their flight and they traveled a certain amount of time and they came and that's what happened, then it's sex trafficking. I'm talking about if you've gone to a wedding and there's a staff there and you're not there for the staff, you're there for the wedding, but you pick up a staff member. That's not trafficking.
And have sex with them there.
Okay? If I fly on a plane and I happen to pull a stewardess,
no, it has to be an arrangement.
But I'm saying that's what I'm saying. There's a difference. You can't call everything human.
That's not what we were saying. That's not what he was saying.
The scope has been broadened as of late because there's a lot of attention on this, and it's a big thing, and it's being exposed, and they're figuring it out through online, through OnlyFans, through Instagram, through Pornhub, through Telegram and Discord, and we can go down the whole fucking black market list. But I'm saying, like, if you're on a ship and there's a crew, and maybe I'm not paying for sex, but it just so happens it's not necessarily human trafficking.
Yeah, no, that's completely different than what we were mentioning.
So you get what I'm saying?
But now, listen to this. Now, we know what Diddy is being charged with.
Yeah.
Now, I can't go with the human trafficking thing because, like I said, I'm not talking about sex workers and all that type of shit. I'm just talking about a person being a millionaire, billionaire, whatever you want to call it, because a millionaire could do the same thing.
Yeah.
We going to Paris. We going to France. I'm out there. We in the club. We doing this, that, and other. I'm fucking rich. I got a private jet. I've been fucking you for 5 days out here. Yo, you want to come back to my crib in New York? Yeah, I want to come back. All right, I'm going to add you to the manifest. Come on back. It's not now we fuck a week in New York and then it's time for you to go back home.
We dating.
That's human. This is the type of human trafficking that I see.
They are going to change it to make sure that they can make that a charge.
That's where it started from.
But that's where it's coming from.
No, that's but you gotta remember, even like where this shit came from. It's originally called the Mann Act, and it was about this black boxer traveling with his wife. It's about crossing state lines.
Yeah.
And
That's
what
I read.
That's what I'm saying. And the name just changed. This shit used to be called white slavery. Then it turned. Real definition. It used to be called white slavery. Then it got changed to sex trafficking. I'm not making it up.
I just never heard that one.
I know you're not making it up.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at you, Orlando, and I'm proud.
No, I'm
like my boy be on shit.
boxer
He be on
talking
shit.
about.
Yeah.
It's a big bald-headed boxer. He talking about he only dated white women at a time when black men wasn't supposed to date white women.
Exactly.
I forget his name, yo.
It was Mann.
By the way, let's kill this bottle with Ciroc. You know, everybody take a shot over there.
Well, I got enough, man. I got enough.
All right,
This is
okay.
shot right here.
Yeah,
No
okay.
pressure. No pressure. That's one thing we don't do. Up
Yeah,
here.
yeah, I know the narrative is different.
But to your point, kiddo, and I know what you're saying. The law was never fair. It was never fair. You know what I'm saying? But now it's so broad that even under your wedding scenario, if you hired the staff and flew them with you to the wedding, that's human trafficking.
You're right.
Wow.
Well, because at some point it becomes hearsay. It becomes hearsay at some point. Like, however the story is told, like it I know I might have
The White
invited
Slave
you
Act.
based on one thing, but
Shout
what
out
happened,
to Micheal because he be on it. My bad.
No, that's all good.
No, so that's what it was called. My bad. Go ahead, Caleb. Go ahead. I don't mean to cut you off.
I was done.
Nah, go ahead.
But I'm gonna be
Reiterate.
honest with you. How do you? That's and maybe a regular person would have to worry about that, but I think they got to take into account who Diddy is.
Oh yeah.
How powerful he is, how much money he have, and just dating someone for a week somewhere, 3 days, and telling them to fly back here is not going to be enough to say human trafficking. That's just my personal opinion. You know what I'm saying? When I think of human trafficking, I'm thinking somebody who we pulled up in the van, we grabbed you, we threw you in, and we taking you somewhere. Not somebody who I could show pictures, came with me to my hotel, party with me in the club for 4 or 5 consecutive days, and then you see me in New York with her. Of course you seen me with her in New York with her.
Yeah.
She was just with me the whole week out there. So in reality, what they saying is that us being in the United States cannot have a girl from another country, because if we fly her back here, we're human trafficking her.
Yeah. If she point the finger at you,
unfortunately, yes.
if she point the finger at you, yeah.
And that's crazy.
Mail order brides, all that shit. That's all human trafficking.
So let me ask you something. We got a lot of rich women too who fly. I hear them talk about Jamaica is where all of the
How fella got her groove back and all that
exactly,
shit.
and then they fly a nigga over
That
here.
whole
So
movie
it's the
is-
same thing.
Yeah, it is.
You know what I mean? So it's like, yo, what? Like you got to draw the buck somewhere with that, and I think they're gonna have to come. I think this case would be, if they was to charge him with that, I think this is the case where they would decide what that law would actually be.
I think they put it together for drugs more than anything else. I mean, is that your opinion? That seems like the lowest hanging fruit, because even as bad as the Cassie tape is, the statute of limitations over with. She filed for the civil suit.
I think I'm gonna be honest with you, and this is my honest opinion. It's a difference between using drugs and selling drugs. Do I think Diddy has a drug habit? 100%. Do I think Diddy ever sold a fucking drug? I'm gonna tell you a story, and this came out of Diddy's mouth himself. Yo, I sold drugs for 1 day, boss. I was in Baltimore with my man. And yo, we was on the block. and the police chased me. And I was scared to fucking death. And I never did nothing wrong again, drug-wise. So when they say, yo, what the fuck would you, what could I give you, what could I buy from you that would accommodate for this man to be a drug dealer and say, yo, he had the cartel and for what? I'm getting, niggas is buying Ciroc by the boatload. Sean John was one of the #1 brands in the urban market for over 10 years. 365 million plus. I got everybody publishing that y'all could think of that y'all listened to in the last 30 years, from Mary J. Blige to Jodeci to every motherfucking buyer. Why would I risk my life to do some drugs? So I think that's
to do some
bullshit.
goddamn freak offs.
Now, no, like I said, it's a difference between using drugs and what they trying to say, him being with the cartel and doing this, that, and other. No, not. I would, if somebody told me, yo, you're gonna get 20 years in jail if you wrong, I'm gonna stick with and say, yo, this nigga's not a drug dealer. He's a drug user. Yeah, you might go to the parties and yeah, they popping pills and they smoking weed and they doing all that still falls underneath a drug user, because a nigga not giving them $1 for them drugs, a dime, a penny. These shits is just rich motherfuckers popping pills, rich motherfuckers drinking, rich motherfuckers smoking, and whatever freaky shit is going on behind closed doors.
Yeah.
You know, something about the fact that there's only one video kind of strikes me as strange. Like, do you think over time that there's a possibility that there's other videos out there that might?
I think if the police went in the way that we seen them go in them houses,
I thought something was going to come from that.
No,
something was
who's to say nothing ain't? Where did that video come from?
But why not?
So what he's asking is, ask it again, because like, do you feel like?
I feel like something else is there. I feel like evidence. This is the type of things that's being seen by the grand jury. I think that the feds just released that one video to get people mouth like, I want y'all to know this motherfucker is guilty. Public opinion is a big, when you're dealing with somebody with as much money as Diddy, as much influence as Diddy, public opinion is going to play a lot in his case. Yeah. And if public opinion started to sway back towards him because they didn't show no proof, it was a chance. But once they let that video out, you had every motherfucker in the world who was screaming Diddy, screaming don't bring down a black man, screaming. I even seen Slim Thugger on there finally, not Slim, Slim Thugger, right?
He
said, yo, I apologize because I was behind Diddy 100%. And he said after I seen that video. So I think they accomplished what they want to. So I think if Puff knew that them people was coming, he got rid of, anybody normal would get rid of everything. If it was a surprise the way that they say it was a surprise, and they turned it out the way that they said, and they sitting on something, I think we got a lot more to see.
But see, the part about it being the surprise, the reason why it's believable is because at one point they said he got caught at the airport, and they might have stifled his escape, and he had a drug mule he got stopped at the border and all. It was like all kinds of
the little white boy.
Yeah, they said his drug mule got caught up with him too, and he was stuck at the airport trying to bounce to Aruba or something crazy like that.
Okay, so
that helps me believe that maybe it was a bit of a surprise. Maybe he got a heads up, but it was still a surprise because his whole.
And it was two houses.
It wasn't smooth enough. It didn't have the Diddy-esque of being smooth and player-like, right? It was very chaotic. It was like all over the news. They said the news got the heads up that his private jet got stopped at the airport and they caught the drug mule it was like a whole big thing.
Guess what? He had a little bit of shit in his wallet. He ain't have no shit like we going on. He got charged with using. So he had, I think they said like.
But how you tie him to Diddy anyways? This is like some.
What do you have? Horsepower?
This is his assistant. Nah.
Shut up, man.
He had some weed, and then he had some lace weed, and he had some coke. Right? Now,
No Diddy.
if you Diddy assistant, would you carry that? Yeah. Did you have enough that you could say, yo, he was selling that? Did he get caught with a key?
He's a kingpin.
He was no. He might have been. I'ma say if he the word mule that they say is over exaggerating. If you Diddy, you're not carrying around no coke. You're not carrying around no ecstasy. You're not carrying around nothing. When you want it, you got somebody that's gonna bring it to you. Was he the person that brought it to him? Who knows? You know what I'm saying? But did he get caught with it? Yes, he did. Did he get locked up? He got right out. So he didn't have no substantial amount. What he doing now, nobody knows. You know, they gave him a plea. You know what I'm saying? Where he didn't get no time. Is he cooperating them? Is he going to tell him, you know, I was the one that was carrying this, that all the time? Once again, if he is going to say that, I really feel like he going to say, I was the one that might have distributed to his friends at the party and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But there's no way, no, I was a mule and I did. Now, where did you get those drugs from? I'll play a big part of it because we back to crossing, going to different countries.
Yeah, here today.
Going to this, that, other. Like they was on their way to Bali, Aruba, or something like that.
Yeah.
So guess what? They could have did some dumb shit and said, yo, we know he got something on him, but we ain't gonna catch him on this side.
Yeah.
We gonna catch him on that side so we can hit him with the, yo, you took these drugs over out of the country. We the feds. So to me, I feel like it was a surprise because of that. And I think that little bit, I don't even think they thought they was gonna search his wallet or whatever the fuck it was, and he just got caught out there.
You think there's an informant involved?
Nah, I think there's people that's talking now.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because everybody can't stand
real.
in that room.
Shit getting weird around here. Yeah.
Everybody can't stand in that room and stay strong.
You think Young Miami could possibly be one of those informants?
Whoa.
Inform what though?
You think they put enough pressure on her to turn on him? Because she recently unfollowed him. They're obviously separated. She's doing her own thing now. Now it's obvious.
Right.
Do you think there's a possibility that the Fed's shaking her enough to say, hey, we need that information, or we're going to just tie you to it? Because
I think the only information they could get from her is whether he's gay or not.
Good enough.
I think that's the only information they could get from her. If they get some information, yo, we did coke together. Oh, yeah, we got high together. Oh, yeah, we popped X together. Okay, you can get that from her. But as far as him being a drug dealer, I feel like he ain't no drug.
Yeah,
like,
that's the weakest claim I've heard so far.
Yeah. That's the weak part.
I got a whole liquor business. What I'm doing, what am I doing here?
So the rumor was he was going to a place that he couldn't be extradited in. Do you believe that's something that he could do?
No, because at the end of the day, they let the jet go and he flew off.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm saying? So if that was one of the places he was going, they still let the jet go and he flew off. So I think it's a lot of let's see what we got. I also think it's a lot of powerful people, and I think they believed those say, because I'm gonna tell you something, man. From 2003 to 2011, I didn't miss a Diddy party. You know what I'm saying? And once again, if it was some freaky shit going on, it went on behind closed doors where a motherfucker ain't want to go anyway. You know what I'm saying? He had his personal friends that would go, if it's in Miami, that would go up the stairs to his room. I'm not going up the stairs to his room.
Right,
you know what I'm saying? Unless he called me and said, yo, come upstairs and get some. Otherwise than that, I'm posting at the bottom of the stairs to watch who goes up. You know what I'm saying? If I know it's his personal friend, yo, he up there. If it's some people that I know that he know, nobody else, what went on behind it. But as far as like people say, and I just want to say something. Me, myself, between 2003 and 2012, I never seen TD Jakes at a party. I'm just telling you. I've never seen him at a party.
It's a list of, they had my man, Carl Winslow, on the list of being an alleged victim, I guess you will, or participator.
Is Carl Winslow still
But you got to think about, yo, who
Carl
didn't?
Winslow. What's his real name? I'm sorry.
I call him Carl
The father,
Winslow.
right?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I've never seen him at a party
father,
too. But I haven't been there since 2012 also.
I feel like Carl Winslow would have been there in your era, though. I don't know.
Yeah. But I've seen, yo, everybody was at it. Come on, my nigga. Like, I used to have to cut my motherfucking phone off because even, I'm talking about Harlem, Brooklyn, everybody was hitting my phone to go to a Diddy party. So for people to say, yo, you at a Diddy party, man, be real. All of y'all and niggas was getting real attitudes where they wouldn't speak to you for a year because you didn't answer your phone on that night. And I seen every star that you could think of at a Diddy party come at a Diddy party and leave at a Diddy party.
A lot of people seen them come at a Diddy party.
Yeah, so as far as all the personal stuff like that, I wouldn't know. Like I said, the only thing that I feel could come out of that is he was gay. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And even when it comes to spiking drinks, I couldn't allow or know of a spiked drink and let it go because once again I'm security. So if I'm security and I'm there for you to make sure you're right, if anything happened to anybody in this room with a spiked drink, it's coming back to you. And to me, I didn't do my job. Now I can't speak about anything else after 2012, what it became or what they did. But that type of shit wasn't going on back then. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Only because you don't know how these people gonna act once they get hot.
Facts.
That's wild, bro. Like when you really think about all this stuff, a lot of gay, what do they call it? Gay people, like Charleston always calls them punks. Like it seems like a lot of people are getting punked at the party.
Yeah, you better not tell nobody, but boy, them motherfuckers will be outside. Boy, I want this podcast down.
Right.
Yeah. You know
Trust me, hey.
They were getting punked like Ashton Kutcher. But you were talking to me about all the stuff that went on at these parties. Like it's wild to think about that. You know, all the stuff that, like the potential of the slipping drugs and drinks, right?
Right.
That has to be a lot of the stuff when you really think about it has to be like an organized event, right? Like there's so many people that could possibly know that this is going on. You know what I mean?
I'm gonna tell you like this. You got 2 sets of drinks, right? You got, because they hire professional staff for these drinks. So these people are pouring the drinks themselves, holding them on the tray, and you just taking your drinks off of the tray as they walk by.
It's a party.
But the table that has the drinks and the bottle is his table.
Yeah.
Because that's his personal friends. You know what I'm saying? So now if they was to spike any drinks, they would spike those. And it would take you to tell your people, yo, don't drink that. Don't drink. And ain't nobody going. Ain't nobody got time to be Now maybe we might have time to do some shit like that. But with so much shit going on, I can't control if your girl take a drink out of there.
Yeah.
You might be my nigga. You might be fucking Busta Rhymes, anybody. You might be anybody that came in there with their girl. I don't remember to tell you because you're going to drink from my table. So I don't remember to tell you not to drink that bottle. Or I don't remember Fat Joe and them used to be. Everybody was to the party. We all had good times. Everybody left and had a good time. So the spike shit, I really don't understand unless that's some young shit that they started in the last couple of years.
Yeah. It only takes one bad apple too, and now the whole punch bowl. It's the classic movie scene in the kids in high school. One bad kid put the flask in the punch bowl, and everybody drinking spiked punch, and the whole party throwing up. It's a classic thing. It only take one.
Yeah,
it don't gotta be a whole.
I've never seen people even be interested in that type of stuff. Like you a cornball. You're a cornball because everybody got this thing with them. I could pull that bitch myself, nigga. What you talking about?
King.
That shit.
You know what I'm saying? I could scoop her myself. Ain't no fun if I scoop her the wrong way.
Right.
It's like when a nigga take a Viagra, yo, I blew her back out. You ain't telling your man you popped that V.
Yeah.
You know, you like, I blew her back out.
Word. That's really the way it is. Yeah. Man, like so much.
Yeah, we've been cooking.
So much.
I'm gonna tell you something. I did a lot of interviews, right?
Yeah.
But I've never done an interview where we sat down and we talked about these things that
Like men.
are real.
Yeah.
And like men, but like are real. Like they always want to like dog. I just want to rip them apart. You know, one thing I like about coming here is that we talk about the good, the bad, and the ugly.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And then we talk about what makes sense. You know what I'm saying? We're not going to chase the views by saying, yo, didn't know what makes sense. So, of course, you know, you're going to put certain things in a video when you edit it to make a person want to watch it. But then when you watch it, you get to the bottom of what you're really talking about.
Yeah, you get the content.
And at the
You know what I'm
Danza
saying?
Project, they get to find out who Roger Bonds is more than anything.
Exactly. And they get to find out like, yo, it ain't what you thought. Oh, he was there. Oh, you was this, you was that. No. Listen out to what a person is saying and then put yourself in that situation. Then another thing you got to remember is everybody react different under every situation.
True.
People is quick to shoot you and say, yo, da. But yo, I'm not you and you not me. I don't expect you to act this way or react that way. It's some shit that's just the right way to react, but then there's some shit where it could have went left or it could have went right. It's no right or wrong.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And that's what people don't understand because they just want to say everything is bad. And I'll go back to the one thing. When it come to him being violent to women, that's where I'm at with it. If you gay, you gay. To me, that's just conversation. And it's a conversation because you hit it so long if you are.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he must be like
And
he's
I'm gonna tell
pretty
you
good at
something
being
else.
a closet gay if he is.
That can make you violent too because you can't be who you want to be.
Yeah.
People don't talk about
Is
that.
he-
You know what I mean? Like I'm tired of I'm tired of hiding.
Real.
I want a nigga to touch my ass, but I can't. I gotta,
It's some frustration, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, I think the main thing here with him is like you said, we deal with statute of limitations. We deal with power. We deal with violence. I think all of that comes underneath coming up in the rap game in 1994, 93 to be able to sustain who you are, what you are, and the way that the game was back in the 90s. All this police stuff really just came in. Nobody had security that was police back in 1993, 94.
Yes.
It was your nigga who just came home
Camera
and that you could take everywhere with you, and he knew somebody in every hood that respected you.
Right. So you got,
You know what I'm saying? You didn't go get the police. The police don't even know who you got beef with.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? They robots. You want that and then at the same time, you want to seem cool and approachable to everybody. So you don't got them people back then with you. And it's still to this day, it's still some people who carry it that way.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I don't need the police. I got my niggas with. You find out in the long run that
Boys don't know how to clear
society
rooms.
as a whole, you get to that top, that roof, where them people would tell you, yo, he can't be with you no more. I need you to have I remember Diageo used to tell him that all the time. You got your man and them with you. We're gonna pay for professional security, police, and everything else because we don't like the look. And Puff used to be like, nah, I gotta have at least one of them with me.
Yeah.
Because they know who's who. Y'all don't know who I am.
Word.
And it becomes a respect thing.
Rightfully so.
Yeah, it becomes a respect thing too, where they push the wrong person and they don't know that that's your personal friend. But if your man is there, you're gonna be like, nah, let
Not
him
him.
through.
Yeah.
Let him come on in.
He's
and
good.
you keep relationships that way.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I give that part. If you want to get to that, I'm gonna say, okay, yeah, it was violence. Me myself, I don't care about the gay stuff. I never looked into it. I heard everything, this, that, other. But to me, I wasn't there for that. But when it come to the woman situation, that's where the buck stops. And that's where you can't give me no excuse of it unless you really getting help. Yeah. I understand the sickness, but really get help.
But isn't there also like a side of that, like being such a high profile person, where do I get help that I can trust? How am I going to go hire a specialist that can actually give me the help that I need without risking the exposure?
Why are you hiding it? Why are you hiding it?
Because let's be honest, we are all hiding some. I'm not hiding what he's hiding. I gotta say that
No, you're right,
publicly,
you're right.
but
Absolutely.
like there's certain things that I'm not telling my best friend or my girlfriend or even my mom. It's just things that I'm carrying, right? Now when you're the king of you're the top of the pyramid. You're the guy. You've been the guy for 30 plus years. I don't know who the fuck I can tell. It's gonna be an all expose book by the time I'm done telling this bitch how I feel. Like, so maybe I don't tell nobody. And I handle it on my own because I can't tell nobody.
But when it comes to a situation
becomes,
like that, you have to tell somebody because guess what?
Too late. I'm not trying to hear that.
But guess what?
You know?
That person knows because that's the person you beating on. So you have to tell somebody because that person always has the authority to reveal you.
Word.
So if you come out and say you need help before that person tells their story, people gonna understand it.
Cause it makes sense. Well, he did say he needed help.
Exactly.
Now
If you find me on the corner drugged out, what's the basketball player from that used to play on the Cavaliers?
Delonte West.
Okay.
You got that quick,
Saddest
my
shit.
boy.
Well, cause
That was rapid fire. Poof, poof.
that was actually really sad to see, man.
Absolutely.
Right.
Really
but it
sad,
happens
really
so much
fucked up.
now that when we see it on Instagram and people got them on there begging, we be, oh, that's Dante West. That's it. But guess what? The dude from Dallas tried to bring him in and take him to rehab.
Yeah.
Went
Mark
looking
Cuban,
for
Mark
him and
Cuban.
all that. Right, Mark Cuban. So
I damn near felt like Mark Cuban the way I was trying to help out Orlando Brown.
But that's true. If Dante West was to get help, then you understand.
Yeah.
So if Puff would have came out before that, I feel like even when the Cassie situation came out, if he would have came out and said it was true, I paid her because it was true, but now I'm going to get help.
Absolutely.
Not with no apology like he give, but they show him like they show everything else. Yo, Sean Combs just checked into such and such and such and such and such and such. I feel like he had a chance to have a comeback. That's why I say whatever PR team you had, and it might have not been the PR team because he's stubborn also.
I was just gonna say I don't obviously clearly and obviously you know Diddy more than I do, right? I don't take him the type to be able to put the pride aside to say I need help or I need to speak to a therapist, regardless of the problems.
Even though you know what's in your closet that potentially can come out because you don't have control of it.
Even if I want to go seek help, I would do it in privacy, and I wouldn't even tell y'all. Even the people closest to me, I would try to hide it even from y'all.
So what do you think? You think Diddy
know what I'm saying?
did it with PR's help or he did that on his own?
I'm saying seeking help and it's like speaking to a therapist. Even if he seems to me to be such a prideful individual that even if he did seek help, he wouldn't do it publicly.
Okay.
And if he did, it's to portray a certain thing. I'm trying to recover and have mercy type deal. You know what I mean?
Okay.
I don't know, man. Go ahead.
You've been highly sought after our initial interview. Vlad, Chris Cuomo,
Right.
Pierce Morgan. Like it seems like there's a lot of pressure on you now. Like, everybody wants to hear you speak. Everybody wants to hear you tear this man down. What has that done to your life, knowing that now you have those DMs, right? You're getting attacked every single day, whether good or bad, because I'm sure it's both, right? Everything you say now is under fire. You're the superstar now. How are you feeling now with all this stuff that's going on? And I'm sure on top of that, you probably have the feds that are begging you. You got to come tell us this, or you got to tell us that. What do you feel like today?
I feel like I can't lie. Whatever you go, I think that's what people see in me. I think even though I get ridiculous, but he didn't say this. First of all, I'm not going to say everything exact the way I said it last time or if you're not looking at it from my point of view, you might not understand what I'm saying. I get stupid people to say, yo, but you was a security guard. You was there from 9 to 5. He wasn't supposed to be able to do it. Yo, you mad about your son, but he wasn't, that's not his job to do this, that, and the other. But they're not there in that everyday relationship. Yeah. They not there with the promises that y'all make to each other. They not there for the things that you go above and beyond, and they're not there to listen to what they're not living with a person. You're actually living with a person. You're going with a person to the gym every day. You're doing, so that relationship is different than I had dudes that I hired that came in for what they're talking about. Yo, we getting ready to go to a party. I need you from 8 to 8. I need you from 6 to 6. No, my situation was a 24-hour a day. So it's different. So I try to tell people that when it comes to stuff like that, it's like, I'm just going to tell the truth. I'm not going, if it's something that I feel like is going to tear them down, but it's the truth, I'm okay with it. Mm-hmm. If I feel like something is going to build them up, but now you say, no, because I'm the same way I said, I don't feel like he was a sex trafficker. If you're going to call him being with a girl in London, Paris, whatever, for a week or two, and then him saying, nigga, that shit costs 25 cents to him. He got a private jet. It's 16 seats on the jet. It's only 8 of us. It's nothing for him to say, yo, you want to fly back with us. Yeah. It's not a sex trafficker. It's somebody who, yo, this girl made me feel good. I enjoy myself out there with her. Yo, come back to the hometown.
This how we ball.
This how we do. So I'm not going to sit there and say, yo, he's a sex trafficker because that's what the world want to hear. I'm not going to sit there and say he a drug dealer because that's what the world want to hear.
Yeah, you're going to keep it 100.
And I get ridiculous.
Like I said initially, you're official.
I get both sides for that, but I will say that he's violent with women. So if you want to talk about that, you want to get into that. It's not, it's not like a superstar thing because it's like, it's a lot of people like 60 Minutes, TMZ, a lot of people that came at me and that I didn't talk to. Yeah. And the reason that I didn't talk to is because they're professionals at what they do. Yeah. So they're going to try to get you to go one way by asking you and saying, and I'm not here to do all that.
Yeah, they want you to dig the dirt out.
Yeah, I'm here to tell you what I feel. And this is how I feel. Yeah. So like when we talk about everything, yeah, we're going to joke about it. We're going to bullshit about it. But we're going to get down to the bottom of it. And that's what the whole thing's supposed to be about, getting down to the bottom of what the situation is from all angles. Right. Not just from the, yo, he's this angle and we're going to do this to him. Yeah, he fucked Cassie up. We all seen that. Yeah.
All right, cut it. We got it. We're good.
Yeah. We seen that. Is that all you want to know? Is like, what else you want to know? You know what I'm saying? But I can't lean this way if that's not how I feel.
Yeah. I like what you said, though. You said, I just feel obligated to tell the truth, man. That's just where I'm at with it. I have an obligation to tell the truth. But I wanted to ask you before we obviously wrap this up and, get you up out of here. We ain't gonna hold you up the whole weekend,
yeah.
But just with everything that's been happening, and obviously you learn that he learned how to navigate, how to kind of provide a solution where there typically wouldn't be one. Mitigate the risk, conflict resolution, right? Did you ever see that this would come to this, that it would end up like this? Did you see this kind of coming? Like, man, one day he gonna have to answer for all of this craziness.
It was
because let's be real, like the Diddy parties are infamous at this point. The lavish lifestyle, living on an island, having the kids and this and the family and the women and the Biggie and the Cudi and the Cassie and I got a list of 35 different things, but did you ever see it going down like this in 2024? Like,
no, I never thought this would be like the accusations. I've always had in the back of my mind that a woman's situation could happen. Yeah, I've always had that in the back of my mind,
Of course.
I've always had in the back of my mind a party situation, but not like sex slave situation. I've always had in my mind like, yo, somebody got fucked up at his party, or maybe somebody got drugged at a party because it's just so many people there. so many drinks there, and then there's so many women there, and so many.
Somebody gonna drive home drunk.
Yeah, it's gonna be some
somebody,
shit, you know, or somebody's gonna end up fucking and get mad. You know, it's so many different things, man. It's like, yo, the way you can have sex with a woman, and I'm not taking away nothing, but if you don't treat them right in the morning when you wake up, and you treat them like a piece of shit, I know women that have made up things.
There go that.
You know what I'm saying? Just because that person didn't, you know, when they woke up in the morning, it didn't turn out the way that they thought it was going to be.
You didn't send them home.
I was going to be that nigga. Oh, why is Bonds walking me to the elevator? You supposed to be taking me downstairs.
So last night was nothing?
Exactly. So I look forward to those things, but these allegations that came out, I had no idea there would be. I mean, like everybody else says, man, yo, at anybody from the age of, I'm going to say 35 up, grew up with Diddy.
Yeah.
Grew up with some type, Jodeci, Mary J. Blige, Biggie Smalls,
12,
Bass,
Jackie,
Black Rob, 112,
Yeah.
Jack. Like, look, come on. How many, like, Diddy affected you in some type of way if you were 35 and older?
He was the culture for a long time, man.
You know, he was invincible, and I think that that's one of the biggest things that brought him down. It was like John Gotti. Once John Gotti beat that third case or whatever, his mistake was when he got on the front of the paper of the Invincible.
You
know what I'm saying?
Teflon. They say, okay.
And speaking on that,
come get
I think one of the biggest mistakes is that Kristen Combs came out with that record. And when he came out with that diss record,
bad timing.
and right. So that's what I mean by people that's pressing buttons. Like, who would let you come out with a record and say, yo, you went to one house, you went to two, but you didn't know we owned the other one. You slipped. You can't make fun of the feds like that.
Come on, bro.
You can't make fun of them like that.
I had to think about that. Like, that must have been a throw off or something, because you can't be that dumb. And
Yeah.
there's no way Brother Love let that slide like that.
But
like,
if you
son,
listen to
can
the
you hold
record,
that
he
back
got
for-
ad-libs in there. So that means he's a part of the record. Yeah, if you hear
Oh
that.
damn, I didn't even know that.
You know, I believe. I'm gonna say I believe.
Yeah.
When you listen to the record, you know, I don't know if you got that record, but you might be able to play it. But if you listen to that record, I believe at the beginning of the record he got some ad-libs in the back, and I don't think he will put them on that record in the ad-libs without the okay. But just the record in simple. Who makes fun of the feds? When it's reality, you own Star Island 2. We went there. We went to the LA house, but you just announced maybe a month or two ago that you own Star Island 1.
Right.
So if you're going to run into the house and we don't go to Star Island 1, somebody is getting their ass chewed out right now.
Oh, you're right.
Saying, yo.
Because this young dude dropped the track and you got us looking like idiots. This is Miami, an international destination. We going like
It don't make no sense to run the Star Island 1 now because they done got everything out of there. This is the way somebody is getting their ass chewed out. You know what I'm saying? So that wasn't a smart move, man. But, you know, when you have that God syndrome, you really start to believe that you God. And I would never know, because I know with the little bit of power I had with the Ciroc boys and moving all around the country and the city and everything like that, people didn't understand how I didn't call them back or I didn't reach back to them. So imagine with having that much amount of power, what you could feel like. Like, this man literally can have anything he wants in the world.
Yeah.
and the kids too.
And the kids
I'm
too.
I'm the son of God.
You know what I'm saying?
However you
You know what I mean? Like, it's nothing. So when a woman says, that's why I say with the rape charges, he don't have to rape nobody. You know, I've literally been places, man, where it might have been 15 girls in the back of the yard, and I'm sitting there talking to them for 2 and 3 hours because I got the pool, I got the whole backyard to myself. Ain't nobody moving. This nigga come running out. Yo, Bones, what's up, baby? And jump in the pool and everybody taking off their shit. And I'll be like, ain't this a bitch? Like, yo, ain't this a bitch? So that the part about rape and all that stuff, nah, that stuff is, yo, I just think he's a person with
He's a freaky bastard.
A freaky bastard, yeah. Let's go there.
Let's call it like it is. He's a freaky bastard.
Now, are you planning on, putting some of this into some type of documentary or a book or like a...
Well, I was doing Harlem to Hollywood, right?
Okay.
But because so many people been reaching out to me, I didn't want this story to be a urban novel. You know what I'm saying? I didn't want people to look at it like it's Harlem to Hollywood. Like my man sent me a picture. Shout out my man Vic from Uptown, live out here in Florida. He sent me a picture and he showed me so many books that was named Harlem to Hollywood. And he said, Bonds, you need to change the name. Then a domestic violence company that I'm dealing with now reached out to me. And they said the same thing. They said, we understand you got a story to tell. We understand you got Harlem to Hollywood. But because of everything that's going on and everything that the situation had been affected, and so many women have contacted them to see if they could contact me to talk to them, that we decided to go with my word is bond, because he said it's basically who you are.
Leave it to the pros. I like that.
Yeah, and he said you gave your commitment to do security to keep somebody safe, right?
Yeah.
So he said in that turn of you keeping somebody safe, you had to go against your billionaire employer and get in between, which is a noted fact. Yeah. He said to get in between of him doing something. So you risked your job, you risked everything else. And he said, I think you would be more effective first changing that name till you gave your bond and you always keep your word, and then telling your story from there. So it's just like a lot of different things that I'm adding to the book now, and that being that we going that way, that we're trying to accommodate a lot of women that can read the book and just not look at it from entertainment point of view, but can get some knowledge from it, as well as some of the fellas get some knowledge from it and understand it. So we realize that the market is opened up like that. So right now, that's the thing that's holding me back right now.
One of the coolest things you said, and I think you might put a light bulb into a lot of people's head, is the difference between, domestic violence isn't just physical. There's a lot that comes with it. It can be in a mental form, it could be in an emotional form. People can have a hold on you, a mental, this grip on you, where you are just incapable of doing anything, incapable of freeing yourself from that. It's not just the physicality of the restraints of locking the door and keeping me in a room.
It's
depression
or some shit too, man.
It's a number of different things, and I think you can help and save a lot of people by clearly delineating the difference between those two things and showing that this domestic violence has different colors and creeds.
Right, I agree with you 100%. I try to tell people
that's like
it's not how you get here. You know what I'm saying? It's not how you get, you using this to do that, you use it. It's not how you get here. It's the fact that you here. And now what you gonna do with it? Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Hello.
People say, you sat there, you watched this, you did this, you wait so long. No, it's nobody told God or Jesus when this was gonna happen, when that it just was gonna happen. And when it's brought to you, I look at Malcolm X. Malcolm X did so many years in jail for being a pimp. And it's that other, and he ended up becoming one of our leaders of all time. Right. I'm pretty sure when he first started talking positively, he had to deal with a whole bunch of shit from his friends. When he became Muslim, he had to deal with a whole bunch of shit of people who remembered who he was. So I just tell people it's not where I came from. It's not this. I'm put in this situation for a reason, and I got to take advantage of it. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And I remember that I do have 4 daughters. And that's my driving force. I may not talk to him all the time about it and stuff, but that's the force that drives me. Like I've went and like I said before, I tell every man who got something to say, if that was your mother, your sister, your aunt, what would you think of that man that was doing that to her? And if you say you're not pulling up, I hear Dame Dash say, he would have did this, that, and other. I hear Charlamagne the God say he would have did that. Yeah, because this is the things that you gonna do. So let's stop taking up for him, because as long as you take up for him, he ain't gonna get no help.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Speak on it. He might have not done 9 out of 10 things, but we clearly do know one thing he did. You know what I'm saying? We know he was abusive. So let's work with that.
So like, obviously now you're speaking about the daughters, you're speaking about being the protector, right? If you were there, the hotel lobby or the hotel
Elevator.
not the elevator, there was right in the walkway, right in the hall, right? You're the head of security at that time. You're protecting them. What would you have done differently if you would have saw that occur in front of you?
It wouldn't have occurred in front of me, because as soon as Puff would have opened that door and he would have chased after, he would have seen you in the hallway, and that's when he would have stopped and he would have gained his composure. Like, yo, get shorty, yo, bring her here, yo, bring her back here, yo, and none of that would have took place.
Yeah.
Now, when I would have went to her, and depending on what type of distraught situation it was, if she said, no, Bonds, I'm going downstairs, guess what? She would have went downstairs. I would have been back to the room. Yo, man, I couldn't stop her. Yo, she went downstairs, yo. Damn, man, yo, what you want me to do? Grab her now? She wanted to get on the elevator. But he would have stopped himself as soon as he came out, because it would have flashed in his head like, oh, shit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And I'm not going to say just me. You know, if it was a situation where he had to chase it the way that we saw, if anybody would have been in that hallway, he would have stopped, especially somebody he didn't know, because he wouldn't have wanted nobody to see him like that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Thanks. So if, is it safe to say that him losing you is his downfall?
Nah, I'm not going to say it's a downfall. I'm going to say him losing the team, not just me, but the immediate team that knew him enough to know his looks, to know his voice, to know the things that to everybody. And this is one of the biggest things that I learned in domestic violence lately: triggers. Everybody talks about triggers. Everybody has something that triggers it. You know what I'm saying? Once you know a person triggers, I think we discussed it earlier. It's a look a person could give somebody, and you oh shit, yeah. I know he can't wait to do this or do that. We knew the triggers. You know what I'm saying? We knew the triggers. And it's certain people that was around him that knew those triggers. And it was certain people around him that he knew didn't like that, and that he respected enough just not to do it in front of them, that I really think that type of situation wouldn't happen in front of a person. Yeah. Now, if you gonna be one of a person that don't say nothing to him, like the girl was saying, like, yo, I really think if you didn't jump in front of him, but some people ain't gonna jump in front of him.
And that's why I asked, because you're mentioning in the claims, and Cassie's claims, that she mentioned you.
Right.
And there's all this time after. Now you got from 2012 to 2018.
Right.
No other name gets brought about. So there's clearly one person, which is yourself, that was able to stand up in front of it. It looks like everybody else could have potentially been yes men.
Could have potentially been yes man. Could have not been there, or could have not even wanted to be bothered because they feeling like, yo, she not paying my bills. Or some people feel like she's still here, not knowing the mental capacity that she going through. If she didn't want to deal with this shit, she wouldn't be here.
Right. Clearly, she's fine with it.
Clearly, she's fine with it. And then there's some people who, like I said, might have seen her hit back and feel like she hit back.
Who cast the first stone?
You know what I'm saying? So it's just a situation where if you don't have daughters, if you're not compassionate for a woman, because it's some dirty motherfuckers out here who ain't got no compassion for a woman. Like, I really feel like they feel like woman was just put on the earth for them to step on. I talk to people. So if you don't have no compassion, and they'll tell you that with the quickness, bitch better have my money. That's all they concerned about. So it's like, you know, when dealing with people like that, I could see them not getting involved. So to answer your question, I just say, I feel like he lost a support system, putting one, money first, putting two, wanting to do not wanting nobody to say nothing, just wanting to have the power. Like, people supposed to enjoy being around money, being around black excellence, being around these. It shouldn't come to a point where no matter how much a person pay you, you not happy. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just want to.
I think it ran its course, man. I think it was a matter of time, and it was a long time, and here we are. Yeah, you know, like, because again, people say we've been known for 20 plus years. Like, a lot of people aren't surprised,
and a lot of people say why they didn't speak up, because you looking at David and Goliath, and it took that one person to realize that he could be effective for everybody else to speak up. Are they wrong for that?
Yeah.
I'm curious.
That's a question.
Yeah.
Are they wrong for that? Because nobody had the heart to speak up because they never seen him lose to anybody before.
Yeah.
I thought after all this stuff started happening with the little Rod guy and everything, I thought there was other moguls that would have these accusations come out about them as well, true or not. Because when something happens, people see the opportunity. Oh, wait. I can sue for that?
We did. We seen Jimmy Iovine. Yep. We seen Jamie Foxx.
Yeah.
We seen the mayor of New York. Who else we seen?
I think Clive Davis got a couple more against him, right?
Davis?
Really? The guy from Nickelodeon.
The guy from Nickelodeon.
Yep. Fleischman, what's his name? Dan Schneider.
Yes.
Yeah.
Those were all kind of established already, though.
No, they've been coming. They've been coming left and right.
The Jimmy Iovine and all that stuff came after Diddy.
Diddy.
Yeah. You had some other people that people. I think for that.
I'm talking about rappers. I'm not just talking about execs, because the execs, I feel like it's an unspoken thing. And honestly, it was an accepted thing, not just unspoken, because people knew this is how you get hired in Hollywood. This is how you get found. This is how you get placements, agents.
You even had actors start speaking up.
Big time. But that was all known. I'm talking about like the surprise. I'm talking about, I don't want to say any names of these goats, these legends. These
the only one we're waiting on is what the world is waiting on is what's going to happen with Jay. It's been the narrative, right? And that's what we spoke about earlier. Right. It's like,
that's out there.
It's the other stories have come out, but all these people, regardless of what has happened, are beneath what Diddy is, right? There's Diddy, there's Jay-Z, everything else underneath. You can't, maybe Dr. Dre, but you can't. That's the upper echelon. 50 Cent would be like you can't get to those types of names that strength, that power. So anything that's mentioned after a Diddy, it's like the Jamie Foxx was mentioned after Diddy. The Jimmy Iovine. But Diddy, this is a time to get in front of the world.
So you got a few things with that. You got people who could have cleaned house because they seen what happened to Diddy. You got people that could have cleaned house.
Especially since they're saying that raid might have had some other people involved.
And we still don't know that. We talking about a lot of evidence that these people got to go through. A lot of tape that they got to watch. You know what I'm saying?
So you think they got tape in those raids?
I definitely think they got freak off tapes. If that's what you asking. I definitely think
so. Diddy was definitely recording them freak offs.
Oh yeah, he been recording something for years. You know what I'm saying?
Hello.
What he was recording, I always thought he was just recording him and Cassie because he always had his video joint and all that.
Yeah.
Or his assistant had it. So I said, "Oh, this is just a tape between him and Cassie. This nigga a freak. I ain't know." Nigga, I didn't know you was letting niggas hit Cassie, nigga. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Like, nobody, nigga, I didn't know. Like, I'm like, damn. So, it's just one of those things where history is a legacy is gone. So much that you fought for and everything that meant so much to you is down the drain. Because no matter how great you are, people are going to remember this.
That's going to be the most,
This is how it's going to stand out.
Wow.
I can't say this, man. Like, it's been an incredible conversation. I don't like to call what we do interviews, I genuinely don't. It's been an incredible conversation. I'm so grateful to have you here again. And I mean, in all honesty, let's continue doing this, right? Like, let's bring you down again.
No question.
Just,
Let's
just
do
always
it.
be able to have conversations. Because if you haven't noticed, that's kind of what our trend is. We bring guests back multiple times that we have good conversations with. You know, like some people are like, oh, hey, I should come back sometime. We're like, yeah.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? Like, stay there.
I broke my neck to get here.
Yeah,
because I knew what it was.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And
Appreciate
even
you.
now they canceled my flight going back.
Yeah.
Like, goddamn, you know what I mean? Y'all don't want me to leave?
I mean, when you're good here, you always know that.
Nah.
Now, before we wrap up, I want to ask you about what's going on right now. Currently, there's the news reports of witnesses set to appear in front of the grand jury, federal grand jury in New York. There's a lot of people ready to speak. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, I understand it. And as long as they keep it real and tell the truth, don't get up there and lie for nobody, just tell your truth. I think he'll be all right. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know their truth.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? If I was to get called up there, I would go up there and I'm just going to tell my truth.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I look at it like growing up in the streets, if somebody was to subpoena me and tell me I had to be there and this, that, I'm not going up there telling the truth.
Yeah.
Because I know what the truth is. You know what I'm saying? In a situation like this, I don't have no problem going up there telling the truth because, like I said, I don't feel like he a drug dealer. I don't feel like he a sex trafficker. I don't feel like he's none of that. I feel like he's a womanizer. I feel like he's a DV. A DV, also a DV victim.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? And that's what people don't talk about. People don't talk about, okay, yeah, he beat up this, that. But yo, maybe he's a victim himself. You know what I'm saying?
They don't like to hear that on the man's side.
They don't like to hear that on the
It don't
man's
matter
side.
how true
No,
it
but
is.
I don't even mean about a woman hitting him. I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking mentally. You know what I'm saying? I'm not talking because I really feel like, you know, some woman, we was talking about this early, some woman can hit you, your girl might hit you, but you look how big you is. You look at your girl, yo, you better stop fucking playing with me. You know what I'm saying?
Get popped and be like, nah, for real, stop playing with me.
So let's look at Cassie. 120 pounds with wet pants on. Ain't nothing she could do really here. Okay, I seen her hit with the ring one time. She hit him in the eye. But even that's, oh bitch, you better stop playing. It's not calling for all of that.
Out, lights out type.
Yeah, it's not that. And I look at this. When you with somebody from the age of 19, you groomed them. So whatever they become is what you made them.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I look at that point. So, you know, I feel like if people go up there, the only thing people could go up there, I feel like, and do is fuck his character up.
Yeah.
But that ain't doing no time. You know what I'm saying? Now, if the accusations that this little Rod character made is true, and he got witnesses and he got footage that he said, that's a whole different ballgame.
I think they dropped it or they redacted the accusation or something like that.
Some of the stuff, I guess.
Like that.
Now, one of the crazy things that Lil Rod said that we've spoken about several times is Meek Mill. Right, like they're trying to put this shit on Meek Mill, and I think they've done whoever wants to take Meek Mill out has done a tremendous job at kind of destroying his career. Yeah. Right, like now he's got to fight off these allegations, and even he's come out and is like, come on, man, my daughter has to see this shit about me being gay or whatnot. This is crazy. But then again, you look at it and you're like, the same shirts at the parties, all this wild shit. It's like, whoa, bro, come on. Like, you gave them a little bit of ammunition, and then he continues giving it. So do you think that this is something that's just far-fetched, or it's just all up in the air?
I know Meek, and Meek used to be at the house a lot. Even when I was there, that's when his career really started. And I've like if you had to ask me that, I'd say hell no. Yeah, I would say hell no.
That's kind.
But we dealing with social media.
Yeah,
you know, and people love the same thing that makes you kills you. You know what I'm saying? By when you flaunt so much and you show so much and you talk shit so much, you know, motherfuckers look for something just to like this, that, and the other. And yo, knowing me, you know what I'm saying? Like, shout out to Meek. You know, I was in a Nicki Minaj video with him and they did up in Atlanta. And I've never seen nothing that would make me even question. And they used the shot. It's much funny you said that. They used the shot when Meek was in the pool. And Diddy walked up and said, yo, daddy, da. That's how Diddy talks.
I said this before.
Yeah, that's how he talks, especially to another young, fly black dude that's getting money, this, that. Everybody is in the pool, nigga. What you come over to the house for? Yo, I'm going to Diddy house swimming, because guess what? You know it's 10 or 15 broads there. Yeah. Boom, boom, I'm going over there for the day. These dudes don't have cribs in Miami. When they go, they stay and live in other hotels. So to go to Diddy house, get on the boat, go out, da-da-da-da. Yeah. And, you know, with all the way that they cut the videos by listening to him say, yo, daddy, you doing your thing, that sound kind of funny. And Diddy don't help himself neither by saying shit like that.
Well, you know what? Even then, I still didn't feel like it was gay. Like, yeah, it's funny and all, but knowing the era that he really did come from in the whole situation, like, I didn't really get
I'm going to tell you the one time that where he should have corrected himself. Is when he told Fab, but you ain't party with me, daddy. Yeah. Like, that's the worst thing to me. Yeah. And Fab looked at him like, yo, what you talking about? We party.
Fab was like,
Fab hit him with like a
like, I ain't want to embarrass you, but
pause look.
Yeah, like, what are you talking about?
Like that might have been the first look of a pause.
Yeah. Like, that was worse than the pool talk.
Yeah.
Because what is you, but if you know Diddy, you know that, first of all, he probably was high. Absolutely. And he was up for the last 2-3 fucking days.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? And then when he get into his Harlem swag, I'm rich, I got money, he talks like that, yo, daddy, is that. So, you know, but that one was kind of like, because it didn't call for that.
And how he reacted also said like,
Yeah, and I'm going to tell you another thing, when 50 Cent say, yo, he asked me if I wanted to go shopping. I didn't want to go shopping. What are you talking about? I'm going to punch you in the face. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm like,
but he probably called him daddy too.
Yeah, but these are things that other people would say, yeah, yo, let's go shopping. Fuck that, I'm going. But you know, when you come from the streets, like, nah, nigga, I haven't heard all this shit about you. Fuck you asking me to go shopping for.
Is this grimy right
what now? You asking to go party with me for, daddy? But what people got to understand too, man, is that Puff is so far-fetched from being regular.
But what about that
He's
whole
been
shit
getting money for so long.
I was going to say, what about that whole shit with Bieber? All them Justin Bieber clips are coming up.
Bieber and Usher.
Like he was pressing them and shit.
I don't know nothing about Usher. That's one that I would question because I don't know nothing about that.
Yeah.
But
yes,
you know, that was before my time. You know what I'm saying? Bieber was my time. And with Bieber being my time,
you gotta say Bieber.
Bieber.
I heard a little Bieber. I was like, Kato heard it too.
I seen Bieber when he was 15, and actually in that excerpt inside the house where he was like, yo, you want one of these? And it was a Lamborghini. He actually told me to pull the Lamborghini out, pull it in the front, and I pulled it in the front. So it was me, him, Scooter, what's his name? Scooter
Brock.
Scooter Brock.
Yep.
It was him, and it was just basically one of them phone calls like, yo, I'm in town, I'm gonna bring Justin by, I want you to holler at him for a little while. And he just hollered at him they ain't stayed together 48 hours and all that. He just was talking shit right there. He stayed there for about an hour or two. And he got up out of there.
Around that time, he was known for artist development, so I think that's what he was playing on. But
for sure,
in context, in 2024, again, it just doesn't add to the case. It looks very crazy.
It was a time when Diddy stopped the love of music.
Yeah,
he lost the love of music, so he was trying to get it back, but he had lost the fight for it. You know what I'm saying?
So he's probably living vicariously through them. Shout out Fames.
Vicariously,
Not Vi.
It's just that it's an inside joke. One of these, one of the podcasts we had early on, somebody meant to say, I was living vicariously. And
through him.
He said bi-curiously, and I was like, just so you know, that's not the way to say it.
Oh,
but today I feel like it was the right way to say it.
Yeah. You know? No Diddy.
So I got
Yo, Rod's funny though.
High key, I'm telling you, got it. So, I got, before we take, because this has been an incredible interview again, like I damn near think, 4 hours?
4 hours.
Damn.
What time is it?
It's
3 o'clock in the morning.
It's tomorrow.
Yeah, it is.
It's tomorrow.
So I do want to ask this one final question. There's a lot going on about Kim Porter tell-all and all these things, and they're saying, I saw some rumors saying is Tupac's death and Biggie's death affiliated. Biggie was trying to get away from Bad Boy Records. They are saying that Puff wasn't letting this occur. And they're also saying that there's a potential that this all began when Puff apparently invited Pac to fuck Kim while they were in a house together.
I think I saw that today.
Yeah. And that started the rage because Pac called him out for it. And it built something of aggression with it started the beef between Pac and Diddy, which turned into Biggie versus Pac. Biggie wants to leave, and they both end up gone. Potential for any truth to this, or do you think that's just outlandish?
If you ask me, I would say it was outlandish, but then again, I can't speak on something that I wasn't there for.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Because I definitely feel like when I heard the story, I'm like crazy, but I'm like,
that's a good one.
At that time with Pac, and even with Pac, there was the rumors about Pac, right? I feel like Puff would have definitely been, based on all the shit that I'm hearing now, it's not so far-fetched to think that he'd been like, yo, I want to see you fuck my girl.
I'm going to be real with you. I don't think that's giving Kim any credit. She not here to stand up for herself. She not here to say nothing about it. So to say that him as a man could say, yo, you can fuck Kim, that's taking a lot away from Kim.
Word.
You know what I'm saying? So I think just because we seen that with Cassie, that we shouldn't put her in that same boat.
Facts.
Absolute. I respect. Great fucking answer. I respect that. Yeah. Man.
Camera died.
His? Yeah, cool.
All good.
And I feel like Pac would have said it too. I mean, as much as he talked at the end and hit him up.
Or maybe he didn't get, maybe.
Yeah, like I fucked your wife and all that other shit. Yeah, I think you just said, I definitely think so.
Yeah, for sure. Because he was such a vocal person.
And that hit him up shit was crazy.
Yeah. He was definitely the vocal person that you would
like he wanted to get something up on him. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I gotta get something up, and I think that would have been the ultimate up.
Yeah. And I know you gotta go ahead and catch a flight and get out of here, right? The final thing, I know you had a last question that you wanted to ask.
I think I asked it.
You did? Yeah. I'm just trying to make sure we got it all out because this is such an important interview and a conversation. Something I was looking forward to. A lot of the people don't know. Like I be seeing these comments of people telling me that, oh, you got another, you got a week left. You got 2 weeks left. Like they don't even want us to
succeed.
And I'm like, my boy. First off, we got fire interviews lined up around the goddamn block for the next 4 or 5, 6. We got another year full of interviews.
But I'm gonna tell you something, man. It ain't no such thing as bad publicity. Mm-hmm. Because if they telling you got a week or 2 left, that mean they watched it.
Yeah, word.
You know what I'm saying? They watched it.
They know what's going on.
Thank you. You gave me my view.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, period.
Now, another thing you wanted to, I just found this one right off the jump, right? I know you were a little bit upset about what Tasha K used against you with your toe. Recently, you lost your toe due to diabetes.
Right.
And I know that was a tough struggle for you. And then it went viral, and then that came out. And I know you wanted to address what she had said to you.
No, I just thinking, I thought it was funny because, I don't know her. You know what I'm saying? She called me for an interview. And I didn't want to do the interview. I told her I had to talk to my lawyer. I had to talk to I just was trying to throw her off because I didn't want to do the interview, period.
Yeah.
She went into a whole big thing. Oh, Roger Barnes. Oh, he looking for some money. Cassie, like she even told me, she said, Cassie already got the money. What you trying to do? What you trying to get? Da 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 da. And I'm like, I just didn't know her. I knew her from doing the Gina video, which was the girl that Puff's Puff ex-girlfriend that said that Puff abused her and did all type of stuff. So I didn't really know too much about her. I just knew her from that video there. And somebody hit me and said, yo, you know Tasha K? And I was like, no, not really. They said, oh, she did a whole thing on you about your foot. She put the picture up of your foot and said, yo, I probably used the foot to kick niggas in the ass for Diddy and all this other shit.
Tasha.
This, that, and the other. You know what I'm saying? And
Tasha be
she
going.
said, yo, it looked like that nigga got gangrene or some crazy, some old crazy shit. You know, I started laughing. But yo, real talk, Hassan Campbell, academics, and I don't even really want to say academics because to me he's over both of them, his platform. Yeah. And when academics talks, he does talk some sense when he be talking and break things down. Hassan, you could tell, is just looking for views. Yeah. And Tasha, I see now she's going on a comedian tour. Yeah. So she's a fucking comic. So I don't
want to. I don't want to downplay Tasha K. I feel like Tasha K is going to be one of those goats.
Oh, no. Let me explain something to you. I looked at her the other day. Yeah. And she wasn't talking about nobody because I said, let me see if she's funny. Yeah. And I just ended up watching her, and she's kind of funny. Now, where she's going to go, I don't know. I just hope somebody don't bust upside her fucking head because, yo, these podcasts is going, they talk, and I don't really think sometimes they do the homework on who they talking to. And in reality, it's some people who gonna get their respect one way or another. And I just hope, with her being a woman and her doing this, I wish her the best of luck. And that's all I can say to her, man. Like, I don't wish Hassan Campbell the best of luck. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? But her being a woman, her platform and everything she's trying to do, and then she might say some stuff, but she's not saying, yo, you a bitch, you were this, you were that, you were this, you were that. You know what I'm saying? So with that, I wish her the best, man. And I will do her show, but to play this game now is different. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm doing it for different reasons. I'm not doing it to get the views and to get the likes, and I'm doing it so that the truth could be, and that somebody could say, yo, I really did watch that. Yo, I really understood what you were saying. Like, let's not get up here and just try to joke on Diddy and do this, that, and other. At the bottom of the line, we're going to have our jokes. At the bottom of the line, we're going to have the stuff we say. But at the bottom of the line, it's going to be like, yo, that made sense. Yeah. And that's because I got to remember, too, my kids is looking at these things. That's why I don't get up there and say a whole lot of the stupid shit, because all my kids is at the age where their girlfriend going to send them something. Oh, this your father? Yeah. And I don't want to embarrass myself at that same time.
Yeah. Yeah, she's definitely one of the more powerful ones, especially as of late.
But what I did see on her was the martini glasses.
Yeah,
I think it was martini or wine
glasses. Yeah, she's wine glasses.
Yeah, so she definitely got the woman like.
Yeah, she had us drinking wine. Shit, we drank some wine over here.
Okay, red wine or white wine?
We drank.
I think she drinks both, but red.
Yeah,
it was red.
Yeah. And I see they be giving her the donations and all that with the wine glasses. Yeah. She's doing her thing, man.
Yeah, she's up there. She's killing it. She's it. Yeah. So yeah, man, everything's been like, it's been a wild ride since December, since we had you up here. It's been such a wild ride. All the people that have contacted us to do interviews, and just the growth of our platform. Clearly, the growth that I've seen on your platform, people reaching out to you, ready and willing to talk, and you just being able to go out there and say that you're willing to, step up and step forward for these women. And a lot's going on in the news now, right? And ultimately, what the whole world is waiting for and paying attention to is, do you feel the indictment is coming?
I feel like an indictment has to come because so much is going on that I feel like, even with the feds running in the houses, I feel like they have to justify what they did. Whether they get a conviction or not, we tried.
They gotta
you know
go
what I'm
through
saying? That they're gonna have to go through that. You know what I'm saying? And I think the ultimate goal is to find some type of guilt. It don't even have to be guilt that might lead to jail. It just might be some type of guilt where they save face. You know what I'm saying? You know, but then again, like I tell you, we don't know what these people got. We don't know exactly what he was doing. Only he knows what he was doing.
Yeah.
Only they know what he got. Some people say he didn't do nothing. It's just that he might have had some evidence or some power people. It could be that too. You know what I'm saying? We don't know what it is. But I think ultimately there's going to definitely be an indictment. But it doesn't take much to get an indictment. I think Johnny Cochran said.
Yeah, when you say ultimately, though, is this something that you feel like is going to be years down the line, or you feel like this could be coming soon because of all the stuff that's been coming out recently?
One thing about all the stuff that be coming out recently, like I explained to you, some of them are statute of limitations, and then some of them are just freaky shit and all that. I think for them to actually, if indictment comes, you better bet that the feds done cross their T's and dot their I's because they know that this man got enough money to battle with them.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? If you got $1 billion and you still got music being played, you still got, let's say, stock investments that's not underneath his own companies. When you got that type of money, you playing these games. So when you got enough money like that to go to war with people, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know, you're going to have to prove something.
Yeah.
You know
So it would seem like they almost got to act.
Yeah.
They got to act now before it's too late.
Yeah. Because in a couple of years, unless somebody come out with, the only thing I could say would lead to that was if we find out he had something to do with Kim Porter, if we find out he had something to do with Biggie, if we find out he had something to do with Pac. Yeah. Those are the only 3 things that the statute of limitations at this time would allow for him, unless it's some drug shit that we don't know about that happened lately, unless it's some abuse, because I believe LA still has 2 years left underneath their abuse law for old stuff. Okay. So we got to look at to see what happens down there for the next 2 years too. Yeah. You know what I mean? So, you know, hopefully it's not, you know what I'm saying? Well, hopefully he say, yo, I'm going to get some help. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? I don't wish the downfall of nobody. You know what I'm saying? Real. But when you wrong, you wrong. I do wish the downfall for people that know they did wrong and still trying to run and hide. You know what I'm saying? That's the poison. You know what I'm saying? And we got to get rid of the poison because the poison is going to fuck up everybody. Facts. You know what I mean? Tough. That's it.
Well, yo, I appreciate you greatly. This has been another one of those ones.
One thing we can't forget, y'all, is that, you know, a lot of people ask me about my son. You know what I'm saying? Oh, yeah. A lot of people ask me about Kevin, and a lot of people read the media and they Google and they say, yo, but he did this, that. Read the story, you know.
And watch our first interview, together. Right? Our first interview, we really broke that down great. Yeah. You know what I mean? A lot of people reached out to me. And I know that we were having an issue with the GoFundMe. I was trying to help you out with that.
We're not even doing that no more. You know, we focusing straight on, you know, because I got a lot of ridicule for that because they felt like one thing had something to do with the other. One thing had something to do with Puff. And one ain't have nothing to do with the other. It was just a father out here fighting, needing the money for the lawyer. And like I told him, yo, Diddy never gave me no money. Diddy sent it straight to the lawyer. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And that's what it was about. But now it's about hustling, it's about grinding, and it's the bottom of the ninth right now. The appeal is the last situation. But what public opinion does have a lot to do with things. Yeah. So if people just take their time and read all the articles, you can read between the lines, you can see the lies, you can see everything else.
And this link is in your bio on IG for them to be able to get.
All they got to do is Google Kevin Townsend. Okay. And it's going to come up from the beginning of the end.
And it's Kevan?
Kevan. Yeah. And read the whole story and read it logically. Don't read it like you a media person, because their object is to sell newspapers down there too. Yeah. So read it like, yo, this don't add up, that don't add up, and then you'll figure it out. You know, they have absolutely no evidence, but they got him.
Absolutely.
And they gave him 29 years.
And they're not trying to give him time served.
They're not trying to give him
14 years that he already served.
That's the craziest shit I ever heard, man. I need at least 10.
Yeah.
You want to cut a deal? Like, all right, cool, but I need something. man.
Time served is time served.
I said that.
We're
I
talking
know, I
about
was
an
all
American
14,
citizen.
bro.
Yeah.
Right. But to say I don't get nothing and I've been over here riding, come on, man.
Yeah.
Get me out of here.
Not facts.
And he got a new book out that's on Amazon. It's called Higher Thoughts by Kevin Townsend.
Oh, okay.
And he actually wrote a book while he was in jail, and the book is actually doing good. A lot of people been hitting me
Good on
and
him.
telling me, yo, I just got the book. The book.
Make sure we
So-
get those links so we can get those links out. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So we'll talk about it after this. But again, I truly appreciate you coming through. It's been one for me, like to be able to sit here and just kind of take all this in. Has been an incredible interview for me. This goes right up at the top of the list. So
Gotta watch this one.
yeah, hell yeah. So and it's gonna be a long one to watch back. You heard?
This might be our longest one.
Yeah.
We're at 4:16.
Damn, I didn't even feel like that, yo.
Yeah, it's been.
It felt like the other one was longer.
Yeah, that's how great the conversation is. You know what I'm
And you sat there for 4 hours.
You know why the other one was longer? Because Kato, word. Shout out to V. You know why the other one seemed longer? Because it was just me and you having that conversation.
Okay.
Kato ditched us, remember?
I was at
Kato,
a
wait,
wedding.
but
Yeah, he bailed out.
who else was here? Somebody else.
I think Landon was here. I think Fred might have been here. Like we had the whole team.
Homeboy,
here.
okay, yeah. It was
we all
about
came
4 or
through.
5 people here, right?
Dylan was here. You know what I
Okay.
mean? Yeah, so
Okay.
yeah, you already know what it is.
Nah,
but yeah,
it's a blessing,
This
man.
is the Danza Project. You know what I mean? Season 3. We always do immaculate shit. We got so much more coming for you, Kato.
Come on.
Man, phenomenal interview. Roger, appreciate you greatly. Orlando,
Salute.
great job. V, appreciate you for coming through.
Yeah.
Let's get it. Salute.